Good noon, good afternoon. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop. On this gloriously humid and sunny and hot afternoon, this is our last day of committee, barring any nomination hearings that we may have in the future based upon the executive branch nominations. So today is a day where we have a schedule, but we are going to probably be all over the place in an unpredictable way. So I'll do my best to sort of lay out sort of the plan for the day, and it is subject to change as we go. We have 3 bills that are on our published schedule. They are LD 787, LD 1022, and LD 1711. We're going to take up LD 787 first, and then we will probably turn to crossing the T's and dotting the I's on some other bills that we have in our possession that will need some reconsideration or some further work before we can report those out. And I believe there might be 5 bills for which that is true. And then we also have language reviews. And so we intend to have conversations today. And Mr. Langland, please correct me or add to this list if I have not written something down correctly. We will talk about LD 1580. We will talk about LD 553, which is the at-will termination law. 1580 is the mobile home park law. We will probably talk a little bit about LD 1312, which is Representative Geiger's bill on some things that for some reason I just can't remember. The pilot account is really high. And there, I think, are a few other bills that we may have to look at again before we actually report them out and see the language review, LD 938. So we'll do language reviews and reconsiderations after LD 787. Depending upon what time it is, we'll take a break. We'll come back, we'll do LD 1711, which has an extensive bill analysis as well. We will vote that bill out, or we may have some caucuses about it. Then we will take a break if required, and then we will finish our day with LD 1022. And when it comes to LD 1022, I'll say now that I'm gonna ask committee members to, if there is something that they would like to read into the record, a piece of testimony that has come to us since the last work session. Each committee member will have an opportunity to read something into the record for this particular bill. And I'm just giving that heads up so that throughout the course of the day, committee members can think about what that might be. If it's a piece of testimony, if it's their own testimony, every member will be invited to read something into the record on this bill. So that is the plan for the day. And I am going to now turn to committee introductions so that everybody knows who we are, beginning today with Senator Guerin.
Good morning. I am Senator Stacey Guerin, representing Southern Penobscot County.
Representative Drinkwater.
Representative Gary Drinkwater, District 121.
Representative Pebworth.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you. Representative Dick Bradstreet, representing House District 80, Windsor, Somerville, part of Augusta, and my hometown of Vassalboro.
Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. Dave Mearmont, Senator for District 12, Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative Cuddy.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I reside in Winterport.
Representative Gear.
Hi, I'm Representative Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and the coastal parts of Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Representative Warren.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Sophie Warren, and if you could indulge me for a moment, I represent Scarborough Coastal District 29, and one of my constituents is my mom. And today she's been battling cancer, and she's always been my hero, but especially during this first year. representative. So just thinking this is the last day, just happens to be, she got some great news, and it's a beautiful day, and it's been an honor to serve the incredible brave people of Scarborough Coastal District 29, and in particular Pam Joy, on this very joyful day.
Thank you, Representative, for sharing your personal story with us, and we will pray for your mother. At least I will. And are there any other committee members here that I've missed? Representative Rader, yes, there you are.
Hi, my name is Amy Rader. I represent Bangor's District 125, it's a portion of Bangor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The screen shifted about there. I thought you were here, but I didn't see you. So thank you for waiting. We also have with us today our committee clerk, Jody Breton, and our analyst, Mr. Stephen Langland, and our researcher from OPLA, Kristen Braun. And so with that, like I said to folks who have joined since we began, we're going to take up LD 787 first, and then we will do some language reviews and perhaps some reconsiderations. We may take a break. We'll do LD 1711. We may take a break. We'll do LD 1022. It's our last day. We'll be all over the place. Things are subject to change. There may be some partisan caucuses that happen throughout any part of the day. And so please be on the lookout for that. So thank you. With that, I will open up the work session on LD 787, an act to comprehensively address homelessness and affordable housing in Maine, sponsored by Representative Victoria Morales of South Portland. Mr. Langland, I know we did not have a public hearing on the concept draft for this bill. Since then and today, there has been some amendment, I think, presented, and I know the bill sponsor is here, and I will also allow her to speak, and I hope that there is someone from Maine State Housing here, but we'll go from there. So with that, Mr. Langland, show us what you have at least. Thank you.
So I don't have anything other than Representative Morales sent language, I believe, last Thursday. And I just put that in the chat for your consumption. But other than that, I haven't done any analysis or anything. I'm happy to defer to her and let her explain what her intention is behind the resolve.
Thank you, Mr. Langland. And I will recognize Representative Victoria Morales to talk to us about this approach to this concept draft.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland. And I appreciate your willingness to go with me a little bit on this bill, which is a planning bill. You know, so it's simple. There's a couple sentences there that I hope to really have this committee think about. But it's a bill to plan for building more housing, which we've never done to the extent that we're hoping to get to. So I remember when I decided to run for office in and around 2017 and 2018, and those of you who were in office will remember that there was no committee that had the name with housing in it, not even this committee. And in the 129th, that was changed to make sure housing was in the name of the committee. And I remember, as someone who ran on housing as being an important economic sustainability goal for our state, that I was really shocked that that was the case, given what I knew of the housing crisis back then. If you go back and look at our history, we've been in a housing crisis for quite some time. It didn't just start in COVID. It didn't just start in the 129th or the 128th. If you look back to the 1990s, Senate President back then, Libby Mitchell, who happened to be a law school classmate of mine, and I've learned a great deal from her, she convened a housing commission to study the housing crisis. And if you dust off some of those old binders, which are on very high shelves, which I did in last session, you'll find that there are recommendations that were made 20 years past that are similar to the recommendations that we've been talking about and you've been talking about this session in this committee. And they're very similar to a lot of the policies that the Legislative Housing Working Group has been working on. My point being Maine has been in a crisis for a long time, but we've finally reached an agreement that we are definitively in a housing crisis. Even the newspaper wants to talk about this, which has, in my experience, not been the case. So we must admit in Maine that with a record of being able to build between 180 and 230 units of affordable housing a year in the last 4 years, that in order to reach a goal of 1,000 units a year, to really get us to that gap where we know that we are lacking 20,000 units in the state of Maine, we need a plan. And this bill is simply about having a housing plan. We need a plan that's strategic, that gives all those who develop affordable housing, not just the larger developers who really understand the really intricate tax intricacies of the low-income housing tax credits, whether using the 4% or the 9%, how that integrates with our state tax credit, how it integrates with historic tax credits, land use and zoning. We really need from our state level to have policies that allow for innovation in the ways that we need it. And that's specifically to some of our smaller nonprofits who are looking to innovate in new ways that meet specifically the needs of the 25,000 households that are on waiting lists for Section 8. That's only increased. So as you all know, 2 years ago, this number was at 19,000. So we're not getting any better. So we need a plan that gives very specific tools to those who don't have the expertise to do that. This committee, in my opinion, are the experts. You are all the housing policy experts, and you are all well equipped to set us up on a main policy that gets us to the place that we need to be able to provide more affordable units. So I just respectfully submit to this committee that this bill is about a resolve that asks Maine Housing to work together and provide this committee with best practices as far as they are, that they know them and they're researching them, to get us to a place where we can adequately address this need and to provide the tools to those in Maine to be able to do that. So I'll leave it there and I'll answer any questions that anyone will have. And I'd love the committee to make suggestions or offer their input on how a plan could look. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. Beautiful day. Good to see everybody today. Two things come to mind. One, you dusted off those old studies from the 90s that Senator Libby chaired. Did you read them, and are they appropriate for today?
Oh, yes. Yes, they're wonderful, wonderful input from long ago.
And can you highlight a couple of things that you saw in that is appropriate for 2021?
Yes, and it's all the things you guys have been hearing: land use and zoning, right? To really take a look at municipalities and look at our zoning tools and update some of those, as well as the biggest one is we need to build affordable housing. That was the biggest message that came out of those binders, is how are we going to get to a place where we have the structure in place, the financing mechanisms in place, so that we understand how to braid these resources together to be able to do this. But that was the biggest takeaway, is the identified need for affordable housing. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative Morales, for bringing your deep expertise in this area to us again. I think, as I've said several times on the committee, it has been a big learning experience for me to understand the depth of our housing crisis across the state. And I have been heartened this session to see a number of bills, that really do address the different parts of what I would call the value chain of housing, looking at the zoning, the land use, and then, to your point, really needing to understand what the source is of the gap between what we've been able to produce in affordable housing units, around that 230 unit mark, and what we need to produce. And for me as a committee member, I continue to have some questions just because of the complexity of the technical aspects of this, around what it is that we're missing. What are the missing pieces that we need to put together to spur the kind of development effort and involvement that we need to see? So from my perspective, the two pieces of this bill that really spoke was that idea of program design, and really wanting to understand, are we leading the way? Do we have in place the types of programs that will attract the right kind of interest in development that we need to see, also in terms of the financial structuring? And so when thinking about those two pieces, I guess I would just propose at this point an amendment to the resolve that would really direct Maine Housing to study that issue, really look at program design, what we're doing and how we approach this, and then do some work on national best practices and benchmarking. How, what else are other states doing? How are they addressing their housing challenges? Because we're certainly not alone in Maine in facing this. And then what can we learn from that study, and what can we incorporate into our own policies and programs to start to, we really need to move quickly. We need to get things going in order to build those units that we need to house people. And as we've heard many times, that one of the big challenges that we face for employers, bringing employees here, we need places for people to live. So I would just propose that amendment to the resolve, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative Gear. Eric Jorgensen from Maine State Housing is here, and I will absolutely call on him to present some opinions and comments about this particular legislation shortly. Until then, Chair recognizes Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Their ignorance is not our incompetence.
Thank you, Representative Morales, for being here to present this. I'm curious mostly in terms of a process question. How much are you hoping to accomplish with this bill in this session? I mean, we're 21, 22 days away from the end of session on calendar days, not working days. So are you hoping that we might be able to carry this over? Are you hoping to get this acted upon? So where is your mindset on that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. And I do appreciate that this is one of the last days of session. However, this is the time. I think if we don't start planning, and this committee isn't provided the tools from our experts in housing, both within Maine Housing and from the community, we're not going to position ourselves really well, A, to receive all of the federal funding and know what we can do with it, and then B, to be able to put those shovels in the ground, hire those workers, and build the units that we need to house Maine people. So I think the intent behind this is really simple, and I really love Representative Gear's suggestion of having the report from Maine Housing really look at and study best practices around the country, because we're also not alone in figuring out how do you build, how do you braid this funding together, and how do you do it? There are other states, there are other folks who have been able to do this. And I think one thing that Maine is so good at is bringing people together to solve solutions. And we do it over and over again. And I know that, this having something come out of this committee that asked Maine Housing to bring that back to this committee, to do some of that work with the community in the off season of the legislature and bring that back, I think really will position ourselves well come 2022.
Thank you.
I saw, well, there are no other hands raised at this time. So I will ask Eric Jorgensen from Maine State Housing, please, to turn on his video and microphone. And provide comments to the committee after shortly introducing himself about this particular resolve proposal.
Hello, Eric Jorgensen from Maine Housing. Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to provide a report to the committee about the plans and the best practices, all those sorts of things. I just guess I'd say this is asking us to do pretty much what we spend a lot of our time doing. I think as stewards of public money, we spend an awful lot of our effort trying to figure out how to stretch it, how to combine it, how to do the most with it, and identify all the best practices. We're very much in consultation and constant communication with our colleagues around the country. I think I'd put our production and programming up with any other housing authority in the country. I guess I'd say that with regard to this particular bill, I haven't seen the new amendment that's been proposed, but I think with, we've stated on a number of occasions our goal to get to 1,000 units a year, which is what this resolution proposes to do. That's a stretch goal for us. We have the biggest pipeline we've ever had in our history. That's entirely due to the legislature, and we are deploying the funds that we've got. But it really depends on three things. It depends on subsidy availability, and that's something you guys have a lot of control over. It depends on macroeconomic forces like the housing market and real estate market, all those things, and it depends on workforce. And when we don't have a lot of control over two of those things, we have a lot of control over subsidy. So, I mean, it would be great if this bill were accompanied with a bunch of new subsidy that we could actually apply in production. I think it's also worth just saying that 10 minutes ago, I just got done with a committee meeting in another committee where there was a proposal to take money out of the home fund for something that wasn't related directly to housing production or this kind of stuff. So it's like there's a lot of inconsistency, and it's hard. So, but yes, we're happy to do this work on this stuff, provide a report to you. I think that we care deeply about program design. We care deeply about extracting every single penny of value out of all the money that are the subsidy and all the programming that was or everything that's available to us. I'm sorry, I'm not being too articulate, but anyway, that's where I'm coming from. Happy to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Since you put that into the public record, may I please ask what program, what law, what consideration is asking for this money to be used for some other purpose?
Yeah, well, it's a good cause. I mean, this is the problem with all the raids on the home fund over the years. I mean, these are not bad things, and they're not things that shouldn't be done. But in this case, it was the tax committee looking to fund a program to provide property tax relief for old people using funds from the home fund as a backup source. But it seems to me that it's one of those things it's a program that's going to grow, and it could take up an awful lot of resources. And again, I'm not saying that's the reason why. I'm not trying to object to it based on that. I'm just saying that, there's a coordination effort that I think is very important here. And I think we've got to get all things pulling together. So that, I guess, is an acknowledgement of Representative Morales's goal here to get everyone on the same page. But I do think trying to find ways of making sure that the legislature is being consistent with what it's asking us to do. You want us to do 1,000 units, we're happy to push that in that direction, but we also need resources. And when one hand is doing one thing and another hand is taking money away, it becomes challenging for us. So.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Jorgensen, do you know offhand how much money is in the home fund?
The home fund currently has around $20 million in it, I think. And we've got 100% of that money committed in the coming year for various different projects around the state, including we also fund homeless services out of that. And we fund, various emergency things. We did some things around COVID relief last year. We did things at one point around like well drilling during a time of drought, which was an emergent issue that came up during a year. So it's one of these funds that's very important that it can respond to things that come up during the year. So on the one hand, that's one of the reasons why we're very, very reluctant to ever see money, to lock in programming around that, because it has to remain flexible if it's going to be responsive. But on the other hand, it has also a lot of long-term commitments to various housing projects that are in various shapes of construction. I mean, if you authorize a new housing construction project today, it's probably not going to open its doors for 2 or 3 years just because of the nature of how construction works. But that's not to mean that funding that has been committed can't be, it has to be there for that. So, that's where we're coming from here.
And thank you again, Mr. Jorgensen. Can you tell me, and for those who are listening, what are the sources of revenue currently for that fund?
The home fund comes from a little less than half of the real estate transfer tax. The transfer tax is divided into two. we get half of it after a sort of a finder's fee is taken away for the county where the tax was generated. I believe that's how it works, but it's around 90% of half of it.
So is that the only source of revenue for that fund, or is it authorized to seek revenue from other sources?
That's the only source of revenue for that fund.
So the real estate transfer tax, is that the tax that some people call the death tax?
No. This is a tax that happens when a property is conveyed from one owner to another. And it's just the tax you pay when you close on one of the taxes you pay when you close on your new house.
Thank you. I just want.
My pleasure.
Listening. Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for being here to discuss this. And although I know this is not the thrust of your testimony, since I've been on this committee, we've been very protective of the home fund, and I hope that the committee chairs will take that into account, and maybe we'll write a letter to the tax committee and suggest to them that we feel this is a very important fund. But I don't want, that's not the point of your testimony. I don't want to go down that road too far. In discussing this today, you talked about sort of, this is what you already do, in the sense that you look for ways to do the most you can with what you have, and there are these other constraining factors. And what I took from what Representative Morales was saying, and then what Representative Geer suggested, is that the study, sort of one of the hopes of the study would be to sort of find out what are the things that we need to change, to do some of that work again, and maybe borrow from some of that work that was done previously, to find out what are the issues that might allow Maine State Housing or other housing authorities to do more with the resources they have if we were as a legislature to make that change. And that's partially a question for you. I think it's more of an explanation of my understanding of it. It's more of a question, I think, realistically for Representative Morales to see if I'm understanding correctly what she hopes to achieve with the study that she's proposed. So Representative Morales, would you mind addressing that if I've made myself clear enough?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You know, and I think too, if I could, just to Eric's point about, you know, there are some inconsistencies in how we're approaching housing, and that's the hope that this committee and the Legislative Housing Working Group is working on. And I am fully confident that when we have sort of a vision from Maine State Housing, after looking at best practices, coming back to this committee, these are the things we need to be doing. This is the funding we'd like you to give us, and we'd like you to protect the home fund, which I'm 100% behind, of course, and fund it more. I'm also behind that, and there are some bills to do that. But we will be rowing in the right direction because we'll feel like we're comprehensively understanding the issue. And you know I've spoken with Eric and Peter last week at length about this, and I know that they are working really hard on this issue. I hope they know that the legislature really is too and wants to work together. And so I think when we have a strategic plan that comes, and whether this committee wants to have it be more of a, we're looking at best practices, bring that back and recommendations for what we want to do, whatever this committee decides, I support 100%, but I think it will get us to that place where we're all together.
Thank you. Could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
So then taking sort of how I characterize, Mr. Jordan, taking care how I sort of characterize the report, which you've heard from Representative Morales, does that still seem like something that Maine State Housing Authority is well positioned to do?
Yeah, I mean, if we can use this opportunity to stabilize our funding from you and to get some like policy directions that are really consistent throughout the legislature, then this is a totally worthwhile activity. If this report is simply documenting what we're doing now, and like I say, we do have a strategic plan, and we do have production goals, and we do have all these programs, I'm happy to, that it doesn't seem to be totally worthwhile, but if there's that extra benefit from doing this, that would be great. I just have to say, this committee has been absolutely fantastic to us over the years in terms of its commitment to the home fund, which is the state's form of financial assistance for affordable housing for the most part. Most of our funding comes from lending activity and from federal tax credit and state tax credit, which also the legislature is responsible for. So again, it comes down to the availability of subsidy. That's the most important thing we need right now. We can write bonds till the cows come home, but we really need the subsidy because that's what makes these projects actually work. And so if this can help to that end, I'm all in.
Chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for being here once again. We've had a lot of housing bills this session, and I know Maine State Housing has been right in the middle of a lot of them. I'm just wondering, out of all those bills that we've had and passed, if there might already be some vehicle existing already where we could accomplish the same goals that this proposal is pursuing. And I also might want to comment too that we do put a lot of requirements or requests upon Maine Housing. And I'm wondering if it's better if maybe we would listen to Maine Housing as a flagship for all the housing programs in the state, affordable housing programs in the state. If you wouldn't make a list of what you think we should do to enable you to reach your goals, if that might not be a clearer path to take. That's all. I certainly applaud the goals of this bill, and just wondering what is the best way to get there?
That's a good question. I think one of the things we do every year, at the beginning of every session, we have a report to you folks about what's going on at Maine Housing. It's sort of an introduction for the committee on what we do, who we are, the various programs we have. So, I think there's a chance that we could roll some of this into that. That would be one alternative. If we didn't want to do a standalone report. Another thing that might happen, I still think it would be I would really like to see an opportunity over the off season for this committee and Maine Housing to get together and have some conversations around, needs and perceptions and issues of what can we do? How can we work together? And I think that's something that I would like to see happen regardless. I think that I don't think the more we can do to assure that the legislature is fully aware of what we are trying to accomplish here, and certainly get your guidance on what you think is critically important. I have a feeling it'll come down to production, which is one of our, that's our biggest goal. But that is, as I said earlier, there are three factors that go into that, and it's the availability of subsidy, it's the market conditions, and it's things like the crazy price of lumber. We had our loan committee meeting met this morning to look at a couple of projects, and they're all going over budget because of lumber costs. And it's factors like that are very difficult when you start laying those onto number goals for production and that kind of thing. So, but I would like to do anything we can to promote communication between this committee and this office, and however we do that is valuable to me.
I would be all in favor of that.
Chair recognizes Senator Mearmont. Senator Mearmont, are you?
Thank you. Yes, sorry, I'm slow today. I want to there's no part of this that I'm not enjoying. And if this was the first week of legislature, I would be just having a great time. I'd participate more. I would invite people in. I would read past bills in. This is number one of a list that already took a long time to read of the last day of our committee. What should we do? Let's vote it. And if we don't know, let's carry it over. Let's get to the point, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We hear you, but we are still going to allow for the committee to discuss this to the committee's will, because we're not in a hurry, even though it's our last day of committee, barring any confirmation hearings. And it's only 12:30. So I intend to be finished at 5, as is always my intent. But if we go over, we go over. Chair recognizes Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to give my thanks to Maine State Housing and Mr. Jorgensen in particular, since he is speaking here today. I think you do a wonderful job in searching for every possible way to use the dollars that you have in our state to work on affordable housing issues. And I don't see that this resolve is going to change that, although it may take you some time to, bureaucratic time, frankly, time away from working for the good of Maine people to do paperwork that the legislature is requiring when you already do have your strategic plan and you're working towards those goals. And with that in mind, I would move ought not to pass.
It's been moved ought not to pass by Senator Guerin. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Representative Bradstreet. The motion is ought not to pass. Is there any discussion from the committee on the motion before us? Does the chair recognizes Representative Geer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would definitely say that I support what Senator Guerin just said about Maine housing, and I do also congratulate them for the efforts that they put into this issue. I think this bill has a very specific intent to look at program design specifically. So it's not boiling the ocean, and it's certainly not a complete review of the strategic plan. It's really to look at that specific issue, do some data gathering from around the country with the amendment that I talked about in looking at what other folks are doing in other places, to do some benchmarking, and then to bring that back. So I will not be supporting this motion of ought not to pass. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Warren.
I also want to second what Representative Geer was saying, because I do acknowledge what Senator Guerin is speaking about, but I also do think that this piece on strategic planning is very significant, could be very helpful. And I also was thinking that I would hope it could be part of putting into practice some of what Mr. Jorgensen was saying around communication between maybe members of our committee or the legislature and Maine housing in that strategic planning work. So I again would ultimately second what Representative Geer was saying on this one.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with this because I want us to be working effectively and efficiently. And by we in this case, I guess I mean Maine housing. So I don't want to put shackles on their work or focus it in a direction that doesn't appear to be helpful. But my concern is the people who really understand how to build affordable housing in a way that makes the bottom line work are more experienced than some of the builders in the state of Maine. So I see this possibility to encourage people who aren't already doing this type of construction to get involved. They need a lot of information to do that. They need some hand-holding. I feel like navigator is the word of 2021. And I think that this resolve might help. We know that we're not building 1,000 units a year. Okay, how can we get there? What are the barriers? And I think that this resolve might help figure out how we're going to solve that problem with some fresh thinking. And if I could, I need Tracy Geer Representative Geer to talk through the amendment that she suggested earlier.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to point out a few things. We just heard Mr. Jorgensen say, this is stuff they're already doing, such as there's 3 things that are needed: subsidies, microeconomics, and workforce. So Maine Housing has been asked this question since the 90s, as we heard Representative Morales say that Senator Libby has these studies done back in the 90s. So here we go, let's do some more studies. I'd also like to remind the committee that my memory is this committee passed Representative Millett's $100 million bill to start with construction. So now we need to study more construction. Also, just lastly, I talked to some people that were holding up the big sign last time we were in session that says affordable housing. I think affordable housing has a different definition for everybody. In my world, I got a job, I went and got a loan, and I paid off my mortgage. But I guess what we're looking for is subsidized housing. And in my simple mind, we have a tremendous asset sitting over there in Brunswick that we could do like we did in Bangor with all the Cape Art housing. And we need to get over there and start refurbishing those and get people moved in there. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate everybody's thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other comments, questions from the committee? So here's my suggestion. Since there's a motion in front of us that doesn't look like it's going to be unanimous, if Representative Gear, Representative Morales, and Representative Morris, why don't you please introduce yourself? Welcome. Thank you for turning on your video. I didn't see you arrive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and Livermore.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and it's good to see you and turning on your video. So let's take 5 minutes for Representative Gear, Representative Morales, and Mr. Langland to put a bullet point list of an amendment together so that we can all see it. And then we'll add to that 5 minutes an opportunity for caucus. So we'll meet again at 1 o'clock. And in between now and 1 o'clock, I would ask for there to be at least a direction that we can all see on the screen for an amendment. And we will then have an opportunity to discuss that in caucus. So we'll be at ease until 1 o'clock. People can join their respective caucuses. I do believe Ms. Breton has given us breakout rooms already. Is that correct?
I hope so.
Yes, you have. You are on the ball. Thank you so much. So I will ask people to go to their respective caucus Zooms, and the 3 people that are going to work together to give us bullet points to discuss, please do so. See you back at 1 o'clock.
Hey, you could tell me if my breakout rooms work. Because I don't know.
Oh, trust us. We'll let you know.
Representative Sylvester, you're in a breakout room. I think your caucus is.
I just assigned it to him.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Like I said, we're going to be all over the place today. So we're 15 minutes after I thought we would be back. If committee members could please all turn on their cameras and everybody else except the bill sponsor turn theirs off, and staff, then I can make sure that we are here with a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. So there's a motion before this committee on LD 787. If the motion is ought not to pass, it was made by Senator Guerin, and it was seconded, I believe, by Representative Bradstreet. Is that my memory? Okay, because I didn't write it down, unfortunately, but I think the memory works. And so we have discussed this motion in our respective caucuses. I know that I have instructed an amendment to be drafted, and so I will ask Senator Guerin if she would take a friendly amendment to her motion ought not to pass, and seconded by Representative Bradstreet, that we direct the department to do what the resolve would do in a letter instead, just so that there's an official communication from this committee to the department about the request to just sort of narrow in a little bit of their focus on this issue. And then we would vote out the ought not to pass motion, because clearly we are all conscientious of the fact this bill has not had a public hearing, and we would actually have to suspend the rules to vote the bill out any other way than carry over or ought not to pass. So Senator Guerin, would you take that friendly amendment?
I would like to have a 3-minute breakout caucus, please.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Senator Hickman,
Senator Guerin.
I would accept the friendly amendment to my bill, my motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Guerin, for your accommodation. If members could please turn on their microphones, their videos and their microphones. There is a motion on the floor of ought not to pass on LD 787 by Senator Guerin, seconded by Representative Bradstreet, with an amendment that we will draft a letter with all of the elements of the amendment to Maine State Housing. And that is the motion. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Breton, the committee is ready for the question. Will you please call the roll?
You have an ought not to pass motion. If you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman?
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin?
Yay.
Senator Guerin, yay. Senator Marmont?
Yay.
Senator Marmont, yay. Representative Sylvester?
Yay.
Representative Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet?
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater?
Yay.
Representative Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris? He was with us, but Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott? Representative Rader?
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. That would be 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
Thank you. 11 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 2 absent. The motion prevails. We will draft a letter to the Maine State Housing Authority based upon the elements of the amendment, and we will have a language review about that letter that the chairs will sign whenever it is ready to go. Thank you. Mr. Langland, I will now turn it over to you. We're going to do language reviews, possible reconsiderations. We'll take caucuses if we need to as these things come up. And then we'll take a brief break and return to do LD 1711. So with that, Mr. Langland.
Sure. So the first one that I have is LD 473, which is actually Representative Morales's bill, an act to create the Maine Rental Assistance and Voucher Guarantee Program. Changes the title, an act to create the Maine Rental Assistance and Guarantee Program. The language is final. If you recall, the fiscal note, she had wanted in the bill an appropriation of $9 million ongoing. So that is what the fiscal note reflects.
Okay, are there any questions about this amendment? Excuse me, this language review for LD 473 from the committee? Especially those on the altar pass. Seeing none, you can report that out, sir. Thank you. What have you for us next?
The next one that I have, I will share my screen with you. LD 886, which was a straight ought to pass. And since there's a fiscal note required, it becomes ought to pass as amended. And there were 12 voting that way and 1 person voting ought not to pass. And this was a resolve to encourage employment in the direct care workforce, I believe by Representative Fay. Includes one-time general fund appropriation of $500,000 to contract with a media consulting firm to design and implement a statewide multimedia campaign that promotes direct care worker jobs as a career choice. Any additional costs within HHS and DECD can be absorbed within existing resources.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee on this language review? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Langland. Please go ahead and report that out.
Let's see, the next one that I have for you is LD 938, which is an act to ensure Maine workers' right to request a schedule change at their place of employment by Representative Wood. It were 12 that voted ought not to pass and 1 person voted ought to pass. I believe it was Representative Warren.
So Representative Warren, the chair recognizes Representative Warren since this is her report.
Thank you very much. I wanted to request a reconsideration. I've sent an amendment that would replace this bill to the committee members, and I'm new around here, so I don't know exactly what the procedure is, but I know at the very least I would need this bill to be reconsidered at this point.
Representative Warren, if you could please, that would require a motion, but even before we take up the motion to reconsider, would you please just care to, I don't need to suspend the rules, but if you could just outline what it is you would like to change about the report that you are on. I want to, because if it's substantive, we can do a reconsideration. If it's not substantive, we don't need to do a reconsideration since it's your report.
So I believe that this may be an amendment that Mr. Langland has, but if you don't, then I'm not sure the procedure for.
I do. Let me pull it up actually, so the committee can see it. I will share my screen. In just a second. Okay. So it's a strike and replace. And I'm happy to sort of walk through it, or perhaps Representative Warren would want to, where it was her language.
Either one is great with me, and just for people's reference, and the public, I think, can see it as well. In the chat is the bill that the direct language is based off of a piece of legislation that was passed in 2014 in Vermont, but there's a few other states that have a similar kind of structured pretty directly to what this proposed amendment would be. So just if you're wondering some of those specifics, but I'm also happy to take Mr. Langland's lead if whatever the best way is or easiest way for you.
Thank you, Representative and Mr. Lang. So it's clear to me that this is a substantive change to your minority report. And so the chair would entertain a motion to reconsider so that at least the minority report will be reported out to the wishes of the report author. So I entertain a motion to reconsider LD 787. Chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
I move to reconsider 787.
Is there a second from a member on the majority ought not to pass report? Is there a second? There's a second from Representative Cuddy. The motion is to reconsider. Does anyone like to debate the motion to reconsider? Ms. Breton, please call the roll on the motion to reconsider.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Gear, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just a little confused. I thought Senator Mearmont said we're reconsidering 787. Is that was, I'm confused.
He may have made a motion on the wrong bill title number. I didn't actually catch that. Senator Mearmont, is your motion to reconsider LD 938?
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm looking at too many numbers on this table.
Thank you for catching that, Representative Gear. The motion is to reconsider LD 938. It's been moved by Senator Mearmont, seconded by Representative Cuddy. Ms. Breton, are you with us?
I am.
Thank you. Please call the roll on the motion to reconsider LD 938.
38. So if you're in favor of reconsideration, you'll be voting yay. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin. Guerin's not here right now. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Representative Sylvester. If Representative Sylvester's with us or not right now. Representative Bradstreet.
No.
Representative Bradstreet, no. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. I see Representative Sylvester now.
Yay.
Representative Sylvester, yay. Representative Drinkwater?
Nay.
Representative Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris? Not here right now. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott? It is absent. Representative Rader?
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Looks like 8 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 3 absent.
8 members voting in favor of the motion, 2 members voting against the motion, and 3 absent. The motion prevails.
Here,
Senator Guerin?
I am here.
Yes.
And I missed the part where you roll called my name because I was frozen.
Okay, I didn't close the vote. Senator Guerin?
Nay.
Nay. 8 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative with 2 absent. The motion prevails. I will open the work session on LD 938. I would entertain a motion on LD 938 from the committee. If you are sticking with your vote from the first time, or would you like to hear what the proposed amendment would be before taking a vote? I think that's wise. So Representative Warren, just walk us through it in 3 minutes or less, please. And then we will entertain a motion from the committee.
Thank you very much. And I'm wondering if Mr. Langland would be able to bring up the amended. So the intention here was to address a few of the pieces of Mr. Langland's analysis, some problems around the bill that at least I thought were pretty reasonable. And I worked with a political analyst with MESEP. So just James Mile, I want to give him due credit, as well as to Representative Wood, both of whom I appreciate their work and consideration and support on this amendment, addressing some of those concerns. For one, there was just some issues around how broad and maybe potentially could create some issues around how many times can you make a proposal to your employer. So as well as defining some of the I guess more specific parameters around potential fines, which were perceived to be just way too high. So having that to guaranteed, only having needing a written response if requested in writing, that flexible working agreement, of which 2 is the allowance, which is the same reflected in the Vermont statute, which is again in the chat still. Hopefully everyone can see that. And the intention is just in this, I guess, moment of transition. There in the Transportation Committee, there has been a few pieces of legislation that have to do with remote work. And I think that this is a piece where we see more longer term, more flexible working arrangements just being, for example, in Vermont, part of the Equal Rights Act in that state. And it just when it comes to different types of families and different people being working to make sure that our labor laws are consistent with the more flexible, kind of modern ways of, I guess, being a good employee and taking care of your family or dealing with a variety of obligations. That's the intention, I guess, behind trying to work through some of the issues from Mr. Langland's analysis, which I thought were all very reasonable issues to be addressed. So I'd be happy to take any questions that folks might have for me.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Are there any questions from the committee? Or Representative Warren, if you need another minute to look at the amendment, well, it's okay. We can come back up if you want to see it again. Thank you, Mr. Langland.
Sure.
And can you just go to the summary, Mr. Langland?
Sure.
There, thank you.
Mhm.
As we see the summary of the bill. And with that, if there are no questions for Representative Warren, Chair would entertain a motion on LD 938 from anyone, including Representative Warren. Chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
I'll move out to pass as amended on the bill number that I will leave blank.
So Senator Mearmont has moved ought to pass as amended. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Sylvester. The chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Well, here we go again, dropped on our laps, want to make a decision within 5 minutes of a substantial change to a bill that we already voted ought not to pass. No discussion with the business community. Let's just drop it on the private sector. You guys will have to pick up the cost. My question is Mr. Rowland with us so he can weigh in on what we just saw?
Representative Drinkwater, thank you for your comment and question to see if Mr. Rowland from the Department of Labor is here. Mr. Rowland.
I am here. I can't start my video for some reason, but
I turned them all off, but here we are.
Okay.
There you go.
What I really just, I don't think I need to go into much depth. You don't need to see me.
Turn your video on now, Mr. Rowland.
Okay. I had
Mr. Rowland,
really not enough opportunity to look at.
Mr. Rowland, please introduce yourself.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Rowland. I'm the director of the Bureau of Labor Standards at the Department of Labor. I didn't get a good look at it. I mean, for what I saw, it wasn't changed all that much from the last bill or the last version of the bill. And if not, then our testimony on that bill was neither for nor against, and we can absorb and implement the statute as written. I don't really have an opinion about its merits. And other than that, I didn't have time to make a close observation of what was included in the amendment.
Understood. The chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would also echo the sentiments of Representative Drinkwater about having this dropped without any on us, without the business community, who will be the people affected by it, not even having a chance to review it. And I think when we're doing a language review, this is something we should not go down this road to substantively change a bill or our votes on it during language review. I don't think that's the proper way to do things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes Representative Pepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with the amendment is that I'm just not clear what problem we are solving here, and if I can sort of imagine, and then I don't think that this will effectively address an employee's concern about a schedule change and being able to ask that. So I guess I could ask Representative Warren, what problem do you see that we are solving here?
The chair recognizes Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say, for one, that my intention and my hope was that I believe if not the day before, then the day that we were last at the Civic Center, I did send the amendment to every committee member. So my hope is that you were able to receive that. And I know I shared it with different people that I know have come before this committee. And I hope that, of course, you'd feel able and welcome to do that as well. Or that was my hope. So if you didn't get that email or whatnot, then I do apologize, of course. And then, because I do think that you should have as much time as I can create to consider this, of course, in a reasonable way, using the analysis of Mr. Langland from the issues that were raised by various constituencies, including the Department of Labor, because I do think that all of those were very legitimate issues. And then more broadly into Representative Pepper's question, my understanding always around legislation like this was setting, giving a name in statute to how to deal with the questions around like remote work and different styles of post-pandemic sort of working arrangements. I thought of it and think of it that way as a complement to different remote work legislation, which just happens to seem to be mostly in the Transportation Committee and other ones. I think there was even one in Health Services session. So that's kind of how I saw it, as different, just the way that maybe ought to function. And yeah, so that was my intention. That's the sort of the problem. I think having a plan and a clear dynamic that has been in law for a few years in other states and states similar in different ways to ours, like rural in the same way. I thought that was the idea around it originally. So I hope that addresses the question, but happy to follow up.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also noticed that Representative Sylvester, I think, has his hand up. It's either he's trying to block himself from being visible on the camera or he's raising his hand, and I can't tell. I did want to ask Representative Warren, so I have an email from you on the 17th, and the amendment looks to be the one that Mr. Langland just shared. Are those the same?
Are
Sure.
they the same? Oh,
You may answer.
on the 17th and the same. There were, I may have sent you an earlier version. That I think it's the same. It should be. Mr. Lang was the one that put it in its final wording. I don't know. Is there a issue there? Maybe I don't understand.
No, I'm just trying to make sure, because I had read the amendment, so I wanted to make sure that the amendment that I read was the same one, but it does seem to be, I didn't have time to compare it word for word to Mr. Langman, what Mr. Langman put up, but I believe it was the same amendment. That's all. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Mirma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, Representative Drinkwater makes a good point about some things, but sometimes I don't feel like I'm getting a broader picture from the business group as a whole. I have had businesses for 46 years, a variety of businesses. I never felt like the business community in this state was more poorly represented than lately, with the kind of comments that have been coming in from supposed groups that represent us, them. And that's in this committee and other committees. I don't always feel like I'm getting a real sense. So when it's my bill, I go to business owners I respect and try to find that out. And when it comes to these, they say, bring it on. We already work with our employees. We already do these sort of things. We hear that all the time from those who care about their employees. So I think it's worth a shot. I don't know what we're going to have for a vote here, but it's worth a shot of considering. And more meetings, more talk, and more underrepresentation by these groups that purport to represent Maine businesses is not going to be very helpful.
Chair recognizes Senator Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think some of our business organizations do very well in polling their members and having a feel for what their members are doing. I was at a hospitality event recently where many bills were being discussed with many different employers. So I think they do a very good job, the Retail Association, Hospitality Maine Chamber, in representing thousands of Maine businesses. And my question is for Representative Warren. Did you reach out to any of the impacted employers and run this amendment by them? Any of the groups that represent employers in Maine?
Thank you for your question. I ran it by some people that I know who are local business owners in the state of Maine. So if that's what is meant, some of which are fellow legislators of ours who also definitely have been around here and know these issues very well, being in my first term. So yes, I did with those who are directly employers themselves, but I did not run the amendment directly. I may have run it by one person who has testified before us before, but I don't think that they are a representative of business owners, if that makes sense. I didn't run it by the chamber, for example. So if that makes sense. So I ran it by employers that I know, but not people who represent employers in Maine.
Okay. Yeah.
So if I may say that I just want to address a few things around process here. When a bill is in our possession, we can reconsider it at any time. I said up front that we will reconsider some bills today, and I did mention LD 938 as a possible reconsideration. And the reason why it had to be reconsidered is because the person on the minority report, Representative Warren, wanted to change her minority report. It doesn't require that anyone changes their vote on the bill. You can, based upon the new amendment. You certainly don't have to. That is your prerogative as a lawmaker. But if a bill is going to be reported out with a minority report signed by one person, I am always going to honor that. I've been that person before. And she wanted her minority report to be what she wanted it to be. If others choose to join her, it's not a trick. It's the process. If others choose not to join her and stick with their original vote, also not a trick. It's the process. And so I just want to make it clear that there's no surprise here. It's that the minority report from the author of the minority report, according to the first vote, wants to change her report. And this is the way that the process allows for that to happen. We could have suspended the rules, I suppose, and allowed her to just change her report without opening it up again for reconsideration. But I wanted to do it the straight way, which is what's in the joint rules, to allow for this reconsideration to happen so that the author of the minority report, as it was originally voted on, can change her amendment. Is that clear? Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion ought to pass as amended, as made by Senator Mearmont?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chairman Sylvester, you are recognized.
I am unable to find my raised hand. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not on the phone. So I apologize for having to stick my big paw into the camera. I just wanted to start by saying I seconded this motion because I believe those are the kind of courtesy things that committee members do for each other. Having, tabling motions and all of those sorts of things when unless there's an egregious reason that not to. And so I seconded this motion, but I wanted to express my frustration with this bill, which I think has a very good concept behind it, which I have seen now for the third time, and that has not substantially changed over that time. And every year I say the same thing. Where are the groups of workers who have been organized behind this bill to come out and tell me and to help come up with the solution? The people who actually are asking for the schedule to be changed, having solutions that would work in their workplace. And the reason I voted ought not to pass on this bill is as much because the organizing work did not get put in to make sure that this was a bill that workers stood behind, as the concept, as the actual language of the bill, which I also think is still flawed. And so, so I just wanted to express that I think, Representative Warren, that you have made this bill better. And for the next sponsor who brings this bill forward, perhaps substantively changed in the emergency session, perhaps in the 131st, that the organizing work of going out and talking to the workers in the service sector and asking how they think this should be fixed, rather than just coming up with what we think it should be fixed, is what is missing from this bill getting an ought to pass. And I will be voting ought not to pass today, largely because of that.
Thank you, Chairman Sylvester. Are there any more comments on the motion? The motion is ought to pass as amended with the amendments presented by Representative Warren, made by Senator Mearmont, seconded by Representative Sylvester. If the committee is ready for the question, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
Okay, so I have an ought to pass as amended motion. If you're in favor, you'll be voting yes. Opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Senator Guerin.
Nay.
Senator Guerin, nay. Senator Mearmont.
Nay.
Senator Mearmont, nay. Representative Sylvester.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't see you yet, though.
My vote is nay.
I have to be able to see you to record it. That's all, sir.
Representative Sylvester, you can call your vote in if your video is.
I see myself as my video on.
Yeah, we don't see. It says stop video, so clearly.
I see myself with my video on, so I'm not sure why you don't see me.
Take your finger off the camera.
We can come back to you, or you can just call your vote in. Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
No.
Representative Bradstreet, no. Representative Cuddy.
No.
Representative Cuddy, no. Representative Drinkwater.
Nay.
Representative Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear.
No.
Representative Gear, no. Representative Morris. We might have lost him again. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Representative Pebworth, no. Representative Prescott. We don't have him yet. Representative Rader?
No.
Representative Rader, no. Representative Warren?
Yes. Yeah.
Representative Warren, yes. So 1, 2, 3. 1 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative. The motion fails.
And Representative Sylvester is now being able to be seen.
Okay, Representative Sylvester, would you like to have your vote cast?
I would, nay.
Nay. So we still only have 1 in the affirmative and
1 member voting affirmative of the motion. And is it 9 or 10 members voting in opposition to the motion?
10.
10 in opposition. The motion fails. And at the leave of the chair, we don't need to take a second vote. The majority report will remain ought not to pass. And absent members have until noon tomorrow to join that report if they choose to call in their vote to their presiding officer. I will close the work session on LD 938. The minority report will therefore be the amendment from the bill spot from Representative Warren. Mr. Langley.
Sure. So the next one that I have is LD 553, an act to end at-will employment by Representative Sylvester. This is not entirely final yet, but as it's our last committee day, I wanted to bring it to your attention and not sort of try to handle this one over email. So since the committee has voted and talking with the sponsor and sort of getting clarification on the intent and how to make that work in the bill as presented, and I'm happy also to defer to Representative Sylvester as he's been the person behind the changes. But so since the committee voted, the amendment had changed to say that a written employee personnel policy is required and that it must specify the reasons, the offenses for which an employee can be terminated pursuant to the bill. So there was a lot of discussion as well about cause and seasonal work and sort of termination versus layoff. So the amendment also specifies that cause does not mean a layoff due to a reduction of operations at the employee's place of employment due to downsizing or restructuring, the seasonal nature of the employer, or other economic conditions as determined by the employer. I believe that the intent was clear before, but the sponsor indicated that he wanted to solidify it and make that something that was crystal clear in the amendment. And so that's what my written text over here does. I believe that is those are the only 2 changes from the amendment as it was presented by Representative Sylvester at the hearing, at the work session, excuse me. I will say also that the committee has received a fiscal note for the bill, and that is for 4 labor and safety inspector positions and 2 consumer assistant specialist positions. So in fiscal year 22, it's $380,502, and in fiscal year 23, it's $512,768. I'm happy to try to answer any questions, and as I said, Representative Sylvester, it's his amendment, and I'm happy also to defer to him.
Thank you, Steve. I will take. I'm on some Wi-Fi now, so we're doing all right. So as Steve said, he did a very good job of saying that these were all the definitions that I gave during the work session, and I think also in my testimony of what the intent of the bill was. We wanted to clarify because there's a lot of different definitions in law in terms of that sort of walk around the definition of termination or discharge, but don't spell it out clearly what a discharge for cause is. And so we wanted to make sure that that was in the bill so that there were no questions for employers later. So I don't see it as a substantive change, but as a declarative change. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester. Are there any questions from the committee on this? Seeing none, I would respectfully request that the committee entertains a motion to reconsider this bill because the chair would like to change his vote. The chair
So
recommends.
moved.
It's been moved by Representative Gear. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Cuddy to reconsider LD 553 to offer an opportunity to change a vote. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider LD 553 from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
So we have a reconsideration motion. If you're in favor, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger, that would be the wrong committee. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Was that nay?
Yay.
Yay. Senator Guerin, yay. Senator Merrimont.
Yay.
Senator Merrimont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Representative Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Nay.
Representative Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Moores. Still absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott. Absent. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren. Guess she's not on right now. 9 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, so motion passes to reconsider.
Thank you, Ms. Breton. 9 voting in favor to reconsider. It prevails. I will open the work session on LD 553. And just to let the committee know, the chair is going to change his vote and vote for a different ought to pass as amended report when we take a motion. And for full information, Mr. Langland, do you have the proposed language of the amendment that I will be voting for?
I do. I'll put it in the chat momentarily.
Thank you. So while Mr. Langland is looking for the language of the amendment, I can just say that having received a lot of feedback on this bill from constituents, business owners alike, small and large in my district, with members and colleagues in both chambers, I am going to, I think the amendment might be there. And no one needs to join me on this. I'm just letting you know what I'm going to do. I am going to turn the bill into a resolve. I do believe that we need to look at ending at-will employment across the United States of America. I don't necessarily think, though, that with the feedback that I have received, that such a thing is necessarily going to happen with this bill. That being said, COVID-19 has exposed to me, at least, and I think to all of us, if we want to really look at the evidence, that workers across America, including Maine, have not always been treated very well by their employers. And that doesn't mean employers are bad people. It means that under certain circumstances, if you are fired from your job because you express fear about contracting a deadly disease on the job. I just think there's something wrong with that. And that happened all across the country, including in Maine. And so taking into the feedback of my Republican colleagues on this committee in particular, but just also in my community, if there has been no discussion, and maybe there has been in the past, but I'm new to this committee, I am turning the bill into a resolve that would ask the Department of Labor and the Department of Economic Community Development to convene a working group to examine the potential effects and impacts on businesses, employees, and employers of ending at-will employment in the state. The department must invite members of the business community, labor community, and economists to participate in the group. They must examine employment laws in effect that end at-will employment in Montana, the US Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico that prohibit employers from terminating employees without cause. The department can present a report to this committee by February 15th of 2022. And if there is any suggested legislation to be reported out at that time, we can consider it. And if not, at least we have a record in our department of what it might look like. Because I received, I'll speak for myself, all kinds of emails and report backs from folks that made claims about how ending at-will employment in Maine would negatively economically impact their business. And it didn't always make sense to me, but since it was said, I thought, well, maybe we should look into that a little bit more. And so when we take a motion and another vote on this bill, I'm going to vote for this report because I don't believe the conversation should begin and end with an act if the state's not ready for it. But I absolutely believe, with the great intentions of the bill sponsor and knowing that there are more workers in Maine than there are employers, we must do all that we can to uplift the protections and rights of workers, because without workers, we have no economy. And with that, I'll leave it there. If anyone has any more questions or a discussion on LD 553, the chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that those were more than the response to the form letter sent out by the groups that purport to represent businesses in the state, and by misrepresenting our work here scared the heck out of them. I don't use other words because I've been called into the office on them before, so I'll try to keep it PG. That I never had to respond to such a fear-based letter purporting to represent what we had done as a committee, the questions that we had asked and answered that were part of it, that were then represented as, well, you can never have seasonal employees again. You can't get rid of a criminal. You can't get rid of someone who's scaring your employees. The garbage that was in that. So if you're talking about the onslaught of letters from an irresponsible group that put this garbage out,
Point of order,
I know
Mr.
you
Chair.
better. I know
Point
you
of
better.
order.
You wouldn't do that.
Senator Mearmont,
Yes, sir.
the point of order is recognized by Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think this is the proper place for people to trash motives of any groups or individuals. Senator has his opinion, but his opinion is his own, and it doesn't have to be expressed here. Thank you.
Your point is taken, Representative Bradstreet. I will allow Senator Mearmont an opportunity to respond, and then I do have something to say as well. The chair recognizes.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right. I spent so much time on those trying to correct misperceptions, and I'm getting a little bit emotional here. So I apologize. I'll try to stay appropriate to the situation, and I did not name groups. So if you're thinking of one, that's you. But the folks were glad to hear that we had asked those questions, that had become part of it. That was clear before we amended the language, and then afterwards it addressed it directly. So while I respect your wanting to have the bigger discussion, I think we dealt with it pretty well here, and I was glad for that discussion. I was glad for the time you gave again, Mr. Chair, because you are patient that way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mearmont. And the chair would respond that I engage anyone who emails me when I get around to it. It might not happen in a day or 2 days, but I will always engage people who email me, even if they're not in my district, even if they're not businesses in my district. I respond to all the email I get sooner or later. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, as I've said before. And I can decipher the form letters that are based upon misinformation from the genuine letters where people just want to talk about the issue and let me hear what they have to say. And there are businesses in my community who did not respond in any form letter fashion, who I have had extensive conversations with, who recognize maybe something about at-will employment that they weren't willing to recognize until we had a conversation about it, because the knee-jerk reaction is simply to say, I will take the position that the association I belong to wants me to take. I think we all know that happens. And sometimes when those members do reach out and I reach back, I can say that the position that your association wants you to take isn't necessarily based on all the facts of the bill. What I found, however, in this conversation is two things. The amendment that we voted out, that I voted out before, was, in my opinion, not clear in the language. And it's all about the language. Chairman Sylvester, the bill sponsor, has made it very clear today in this language review what the intent is of the language. And so that should satisfy some people who think that this would mean that you can no longer lay someone off because they're seasonal or because of an economic contraction or a mass stoppage of work or any other emergency, natural disaster or otherwise. That is now solved if we vote this out again in the exact same way with the language that Chairman Sylvester has put in front of us. I simply believe, this is just me talking, that we are working on a lot of structural reform this session in every committee, but especially this one. And most of it is to uplift the rights of workers in a lot of ways. I think we can all agree that many of the bills in front of us do that, much to the chagrin sometimes of the employers in the state. But as I've said before, there are more workers than employers, and we need to ensure that we treat the people who toil, whether in our soil or in our factories or anywhere else, like human beings who deserve to be treated fairly. That's all. This ending at will in Maine is a big step. We would be the second state in the country to do it, and the fourth jurisdiction overall if you count our territories. And so I simply changed my mind. I am not opposed to ending at-will employment in Maine, but I'm changing my mind about how we get there. And so I'm going to offer up my resolve as an alternative, because I just can't see myself voting the bill down completely. That means I'm just listening to all the different parties who have expressed something in the wake of this bill being passed. And it doesn't mean I'm going to change my mind on everything, but I'm changing my mind on this. And we all have a right to do that. The chair recognizes Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Like Senator Marymount, like yourself, sir, I received quite a few emails from business owners expressing their discomfort with this particular legislation. What was evident to me is that there wasn't a broad-based knowledge of all the work we did to amend it and to put in the amendments that took into consideration a lot of the concerns that the business owners brought forward. And every time I engaged with the business owner and said, hey, listen, we're addressing your concerns by putting in this, and this into our amendments, they seemed mostly, if not totally, satisfied. So from my own perspective, the employers that had been concerned, A, were grateful that we were amending the bill. B, were grateful to be respectfully in dialogue about this. But C, again, we're not aware of the amendments, whether that is because organizations representing them were not able to disseminate those amendments or did not put any focus on those amendments. I don't know, I'm not a member. But I was able to engage with business owners that felt that the amendments were a step in the right direction for this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out to the committee that employment opportunities for the thousands of Maine workers only come from employers. And without a strong business community, opportunities for our workers are lost. Opportunities for good pay, good benefits, and good jobs. The business community widespread is adamantly opposed to any form of ending at-will employment. And I will be voting in support of that because most of Maine people are employed by Maine small businesses. And this would be a devastating direction for us to take for Maine businesses and their workers.
Mr. Chair, I have my hand up whenever I'm in the queue.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you. I want to appreciate the dialogue that's happening today. I've probably had a couple hundred conversations with different businesses because you know, when my colleagues tell me that you know, there's someone who has questions, I want to hear those questions as the sponsor of a bill, and I want to have conversation with people it will affect. And so I would echo Representative Rader that except for a couple folks who called just to yell at me, and that is also fine. The dialogue that I had with people when we broke down what we were trying to do, they understood what it was. When we talked a little bit about what is the reason for at-will employment, like as an employer, why do you need it? Folks either had no answer for why they needed to have at-will employment. Why did they need the ability to fire someone for no reason? Or they, in large part, were honest with themselves and said, well, I think it has to do with compliance, right? It's kind of the last threat that's out there, you know, to make sure that folks do things the way that I want them to be done. And I'm not sure no reason or forcing compliance is a good reason to have a policy. I think that Maine employers are some of the best people I get to talk to. Perhaps just below the workers I get to talk to, because that's my niche. But Maine employers are workers. And I think that when we have these thoughtful conversations, you know, I think that we enrich the whole state. And that is certainly one of the goals of this bill. I would say that I still believe that the bill as written is, you know, is now sound and ready to go forward. And so I'm wondering if we could caucus for 3 minutes, just to make sure if there are any questions or any commentary, or if there are any questions on procedure, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can caucus for 3 minutes, but I'll say 5. So we'll go into caucus and we will try to be back by 2:18.
Thank you, sir.
Has anybody come back from the Democrat caucus?
I've not seen anybody yet, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your patience and flexibility. Like I said, it's an all over the place day. It's 2:30, so we're still on track to be finished by 5 or 6. But when the GOP returns, we will dispense with LD 553. So we'll just be at ease until everyone is back. Thank you.
Anyone back yet?
We are here. We are ready when you are. I turned my video on to let you know that we're ready. If committee members would like to turn their video on so that we can see who's here, make sure we have a quorum before taking any motions or votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we are back. In front of us is LD 553. It was reconsidered, and now we have discussed it, and there is no motion before us. So the chair would call upon Representative Cuddy.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble getting my hand up button to go. I would like to make a motion ought to pass as amended with the amendment that Representative Sylvester had put forth, including any of the language review items.
The motion is ought to pass as amended on the original committee amendment with the clarifying language attached. Is that your motion, Representative Cuddy? Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Gear. The motion is ought to pass as amended, made by Representative Cuddy, seconded by Representative Gear. Any questions, discussion on the motion? Committee is ready for the question. Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
So I have an ought to pass as amended, the original one with clarifying language, made by Representative Cuddy, seconded by Representative Gear. So if you're in favor of ought to pass as amended, that way it's yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Representative Guerin.
Nay.
Representative Guerin, nay. Senator Marymount. I guess.
Please come back to me.
Okay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Representative Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
No.
Representative Bradstreet, no. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Nay.
Representative Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris, I think is still absent. Representative Pebworth.
I want to apologize. My internet connection is very bad today. It's not raining. I have no idea what's going on. I vote yes, but that's why I'm in and off with video today.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott, I believe, is still absent. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren is now missing. And I needed to go back to Senator Marymount.
Nay.
Nay. So we have 5 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, with 3 absent.
5 members voting in the affirmative and 5 members voting in the negative with 3 absent. The motion doesn't prevail, but because it's a split vote, we are simply going to report out the bill by vote. So the 5 members who voted in the affirmative will be voting ought to pass as amended. by the committee amendment originally voted on with the clarifying language. Those who voted against the motion, I suspect there is an ought not to pass report. Please raise your hands if you joined the ought not to pass report. I see Representative Bradstreet, Senator Garin, and Representative Drinkwater will be voting ought not to pass. And the report that I would like to point out is the one I raised earlier, which is ought to pass as amended, turning the bill into a resolve. Mr. Langen already has the language. The only thing I will also read into the record is that I would like to add a preamble to the resolve, which will just outline a few of the reasons why I think it's important for this, for the department to convene this stakeholder group.
And Senator Miramont?
And I'm joining Senator Hickman on this language.
Okay. So you have 5-2-3 then will be the vote with 2 absent.
Correct.
Okay, thank
So
you.
you all set with the amendments? Thank you. I will close the work session on LD 553. What do we have next? The language review, if anything.
The next one I have is LD 993, which was Representative White of Waterville. You might remember this initially went to the Education Committee and was subsequently referred to us. So the title change is to enact to retroactively grant sick leave days to public school employees affected by COVID-19. It's a pretty straightforward bill. The fiscal note, there will be a biennium cost increase to local SAUs, but the impact on individual SAUs will depend on the actual experience of those SAUs and their sick leave policies.
Thank you. Any questions on this language review for Mr. Langley? Seeing none, please report that out. Do we have any more language reviews that will not require a reconsideration as far as we are aware, like 13, 12, and 1580? Great, let's do those.
The next one is LD 1167, which is an act relating to fair chance in employment by Representative Talbot Ross. The fiscal note says the Department of Labor can absorb any enforcement within existed budgeted resources at this time. Might result in an increase in general fund revenue from assessment of penalties based on the bill, and the amount cannot be determined at this point.
Thank you. Any questions about this language review? Seeing none, please report that out. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple more. I think I have about 3 more.
Okay, great. We'll take these 3 language reviews that don't require any reconsiderations. We'll take another short break and then we'll return and work LD 1711 for people who are listening in. Thank you. And we're doing these language reviews so that we can get the wheels moving while there's still hours in the business day for the staff. The staff behind the scenes is working extremely hard to get these bills ready for our sessions next week in the State House. And so if anybody wants to know why we're doing this now, it's because we didn't do these at the end of last Friday because we were there late. And so we're doing them first today. Please continue, Mr. Langley.
Sure. So LD 1397 is a resolve directing Maine State Housing to assist the city of Lewiston with its rental registry program. It's Representative Gear's bill. Additional costs to the Maine State Housing Authority can be absorbed within existing resources.
Thank you. Any questions about LD 1397 language from the committee? Seeing none, please report that out, sir.
The next one that I have is LD 1546, which was Representative Lookner's bill. It's a new title, an act directing the Maine State Housing Authority to report on emergency rental assistance programs. So it adds to statute that with the federal programs, that are being administered by Maine State Housing. If any of those programs require reports to the U.S. Department of Treasury, Housing and Urban Development, or to the Governor of Maine, the Maine State Housing Authority will also provide copies of those reports to this committee. And if no such reports are required, it will still issue a report annually beginning January 15th of next year on any rental assistance provided to this committee. Additional costs can be absorbed within existing resources for the fiscal.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee about this language review on LD 1546? Seeing none, please report this out.
Sure. I believe this is the last one for now. So let me share my screen, that will help. So LD 1559 is Senator Daughtry's bill. It's a resolve to create the commission, excuse me, to develop a paid family and medical leave benefits program. If you'll recall, the membership was changed to add somebody, where is the language? Somebody in the business, the hospitality industry. I can't, yeah, right here. One member who is an employer in the hospitality industry. So it changes the membership from 11 to 12. It strikes out section 9, which was a $200,000 transfer to fund the study from DPFR. So that is now gone, as well as the emergency preamble. In terms of the fiscal note for this, the legislators who are appointed will receive their per diem, and in the usual course of how legislative studies are funded. Additional costs to staffs in the governor's office and labor and health and human services to provide staffing assistance to the commission can be absorbed within existing resources.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Langland about this language review for LD 1559? Seeing none, please report the bill out.
Sure. And I believe that is all that I have for now, but
thank you.
Stay tuned. It changes all the time.
Yes, this is the day where we might get a lot. So if the committee doesn't need a break, because we've had a few for caucuses, we don't need to take one. If you want a 5-minute break to stretch, we can do that, or we can move directly into LD 1711. So I see thumbs up. We'll take a 5-minute stretch break so we don't have to consider anything other than our own personal health. We'll be back in 7 minutes. See you at 2:50. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. It is 2:50. If committee members who have returned from our stretch break will at least turn on their cameras so that I know that we can move to a vote immediately if we need to on something, that would be great. Make sure we continue to have our quorum. We do. And with that, I will open up the work session on LD 1711, an act to enhance enforcement of employment laws presented by President Troy Jackson of Aroostook. Mr. Langland, the floor is yours.
So this bill provides for a right of a whistleblower alleging a violation of certain labor laws to bring a private enforcement action on behalf of the state and in the name of the state after providing notice to the Attorney General, the Department of Labor, or the Maine Human Rights Commission, depending on which law has been claimed to be violated. The Attorney General, the Department of Labor, or the Maine Human Rights Commission may choose to intervene, in which case the state takes primary responsibility for the private enforcement action. If the state declines to intervene, the whistleblower is allowed to proceed with the private enforcement action. Any settlement or voluntary dismissal of the private enforcement action must be reviewed and approved by the state agencies involved, and after the settlement or dismissal occurs after the filing of the private enforcement action, the court. The bill provides for penalties if the private enforcement action succeeds, which vary depending on whether the state has intervened, and for distribution of the penalties, including 15% of any penalty received to be deposited into the Community Outreach and Labor Education Fund, which is created by this bill to assist workers enforcing employment rights, including outreach, community-based education events, training materials, technical assistance, counseling and investigative research, and referral services. Some affected agency testimony. We heard from Attorney General Fry, who spoke against the bill, that requiring all litigation be under the AG's control ensures that public interests are properly considered and that positions taken in litigation are consistent. He also testified that by essentially privatizing the initiation and prosecution of litigation involving the state, the bill interferes with the Attorney General's ability to ensure that litigation is in the public interest, that positions taken are not inconsistent with positions taken in other cases, and that litigation will not result in adverse precedent that could prejudice the Attorney General's arguments in future cases. He also testified that the bill is not the ideal mechanism to ensure greater compliance with Maine's labor laws. Currently, the Attorney General's office and the Department of Labor can go to court and obtain complete remedies for workers, including back pay and liquidated damages in some instances. The Attorney General's office and the Department of Labor distribute back pay to affected workers. The department currently can assess a penalty, and that citation is subject to an administrative appeal, which the Attorney General's office defends. The Department of Labor then uses that penalty to leverage back pay for workers. This bill does nothing more than what this administrative citation from the Department of Labor does, but would allow private attorneys to recover attorney's fees, and workers might not actually get the pay that they're owed. We also heard testimony from Amy Sneerson of the Maine Human Rights Commission, who spoke neither for nor against LD 1711. She testified that she has concerns that it would only allow commission 180 days to investigate a complaint and file a public enforcement action. While the commission obtains initial party pleadings in agency cases within 180 days, the commission process of being enforcement proceeding is extensive, wouldn't be able to meet the deadline. The commission has no available resources to complete any tasks potentially required of it in this bill, and they are not merely administrative tasks that can be absorbed. The commission's scarce resources would prevent them from ever opting into a private enforcement action after it's commenced. She testified that the bill requires the commission to come up with non-existent funds to pay a whistleblower's private attorney fees if the commission intervenes and prevails in an enforcement action. The commission would need to establish and obtain statutory authority to establish new non-lapsing accounts, receive money into and pay money out of those non-lapsing accounts, and retain discretionary use over those non-lapsing funds. There was discussion about whether the commission can be awarded attorney's fees and costs or whether it has to pay them. And so I did include that piece of statute that Ms. Nearson referenced in her testimony. The department also received testimony from Michael Rowland from the Department of Labor. He testified that the department recognizes the need to strengthen its ability to effectively implement existing wage and hour statutes, and noted that the administration's current supplemental budget contains several additional positions within the wage and hour division. And those are 3 inspector positions and 1 fraud investigation position. His testimony said the department's sole assistant attorney general currently hampers the department's ability to secure unpaid wages for Maine workers and to pursue penalties to promote compliance when necessary. He testified that he believes that augmenting conventional enforcement methods by adding dedicated enforcement staff is the best approach at this time. The committee had several requests for additional information, one of which was the Colorado law that was referenced by testimony from the National Employment Law Project. And I have all of this attached in my bill analysis, which I sent to you. There were also desires for examples of arbitration agreements, and Jeff Young provided those to me, and I attached those to my bill analysis as well. There was also the question asked that how often the state takes up a case when an employee has signed a binding arbitration agreement. And I received word today from Mark Mallon in the Attorney General's office that after consulting with the Department of Labor, no one has requested this of the agencies to each of the agencies' knowledge. And I will also point out that Nancy Makarowski from the Attorney General's office is here to answer questions. And I believe Amy Sneerson from the Maine Human Rights Commission is here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Langley, as always, for your excellent bill analysis. So I just have a few questions about the overlay here of what the bill is asking for and what the problems are for compliance should the bill pass. So if Mr. Rowland, first from the department, could please reintroduce himself and turn on his video, that would be great. Anyone else who is not on the committee or staff, I will ask you to turn your video off, please. And if you don't, I will do it for you, but then we'll have to ask you to turn it back on later. Mr. Rowland, please once again introduce yourself in case no one.
Thank you. Mike Rowland from the Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Standards.
Thank you. So in the bill analysis, and I don't think I need to back up right now because I think I just have a question first about the statement you made that's in the analysis that given that you have one AAG, difficult for you to investigate or wage laws or to do anything about people who might violate them. Is that a fair understanding of that point?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it hampers, and we have a wonderful AAG, but she's only one person. And we rely on her and the Attorney General's office to advise us what the statute requires of employers, and so how to proceed if we detect what we think is a violation. And then all the way to if there's an appeal, she would represent us in the appeal before a hearing officer. And if it goes to a court, she would represent us in court. So from start to finish, we rely on the advice of our Assistant Attorney General about how to proceed within our authority within the statute.
And is it just customary that all departments have one Assistant Attorney General across?
I do not believe so. As in my time here at the Department of Labor, there has been, I believe, only one, but I think previously there had been more than one here. But in DOL recently, it's only been one for the whole department. In the past, my bureau has been less aggressive about pursuing complaints and violations, but that in our current efforts to be more aggressive and more strategic, we find we're relying more and more on the one Attorney General and straining that resource not only for ourselves, but for the rest of the department. It's been a busy year on top of that, but in general, we intend to be more active and more aggressive, and we're going to need more help.
Thank you. And is that an internal policy decision? Is it a decision based upon the administration, whichever administration it is? What sort of determines whether or not you are not aggressive or are aggressive?
I'd say that's an internal policy decision that the current administration has made.
Okay. And has there been any discussion about any other assistant attorney generals assisting you in your work? I think you said that in the past you've had more than one.
Yes, we have, but currently we're not budgeted for more than one. So I know that my bureau can't afford under the current budget to pay for more than the little bit of time that we have. And I believe the rest of the department is in the same boat. We would need to fund a position, to create or fund a position within the Attorney General's office.
Were there any discussions about another position in the Attorney General's office to help you in your work when this budget and or the change package that we have already voted out were crafted?
Yes, there were.
And they just didn't make it in?
It's in the change package.
Oh, so there's three, so those are AAGs?
Yes, there's one additional AAG and 3 positions within my bureau. And we see that as a balance in the needs for different talent.
Great. Yeah. Does any other committee member have any questions of Mr. Rowland on his portion of the testimony in opposition to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. Mr. Rowland, did I hear you say you've requested 3 or 4 AAGs for your department?
1 additional AAG, which would be 2 for the entire department in the next budget year. And the other positions are within my bureau, 3 inspectors and 1 fraud investigator, whose job it would be to process the information that the inspectors accumulate in their part of the job.
Does the AG ever say, listen, I understand you have a great need. I'm going to send you over one on temporary duty? We
have occasionally relied on the help of another person in the Attorney General's office. But they have their own assignments and their ability is limited to do that.
Because labor law is very specialized.
Well, that's true. Not only that, but there's other laws to enforce other than labor law, believe it or not. And
never would have thought of it.
It is very specialized. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Rowland? And based upon the bill analysis, it doesn't seem so. So Mr. Rowland, thank you for the time being. You may be back. Discussion continues forward. So what the committee has now seen the bill analysis. Are there any parts of the bill analysis that you have any questions about, either from the director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, who I see here, or from the Office of the Attorney General itself? Since I know that someone is here from the office. Who did you say Mr. Langham was here? Nancy
Makarowski.
Makarowski, okay. Does anyone in the committee have any questions for anyone from the Attorney General's office? Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I would have a question for them because I'd be curious to know if they do have a pool that they can loan an AAG over to labor and go back and forth.
Yes, thank you, Representative Drinkwater. I see that Nancy Makarowski has turned on her video. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Nancy Makarowski, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Maine Department of Labor. There have been times, and there have been recent times, where other attorneys in my office, for example, there was a federal lawsuit not involving wage and hour, but involving a workforce board issue 2 years ago or so. Another Assistant Attorney General worked with me on that case, as we usually have 2 Assistant Attorney Generals. You know, there was an injunction, moved quickly. Another person helped me on that case. There have been issues throughout in the past year with unemployment and COVID, and the person who is the chief deputy of the Attorney General's office has helped out on some of tricky legal issues that have arisen. So if that answers your question, yes, when the need arises, we then double team, we ask each other questions, have other people research things. Is there a body to loan? No, I mean, people have assignments.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Makarowski, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Are there any other questions from the Office of the Attorney General?
And you are saying it correctly, Senator Hickman. You got it right the first time.
Thank you. I try. I am from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and that's a whole nother story. But there were a lot of people with surnames that look like yours. And so I think I can pronounce them, but you never know. You never know. So I appreciate you being here. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. So for now, thank you for being here. We may call you back again. If the director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, Director Sneerson, is here, I do have a clarifying question about your concerns. So thank you. If you could please introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. We're a quasi-independent state agency that enforces the Maine Human Rights Act and the Whistleblower Protection Act.
So the overlay of what this bill is doing as it relates to the work you already do sounds like it's somewhat problematic for you. And I guess I'm not understanding that. And so if you could just maybe give me another chance to get what the issues are as the bill would require that would sort of hamstring you from doing what you do.
Right. Our concern is really our ability to act in the public interest because of the timing that's proposed as the bill stands now. The bill would say that someone who wanted to start a private enforcement action in the name of our agency, they could do so if we didn't take action within 180 days, meaning not just investigate a complaint within 180 days, but actually commence a lawsuit within 180 days. And the Maine Human Rights Act it would be nearly impossible for us to actually commence an action because under the Maine Human Rights Act, we can't commence a lawsuit to enforce the law until we go through steps A through Z beforehand. That includes getting initial pleadings from the parties. And even if we did that very, 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 very quickly, there are so many procedural steps required under the Maine Human Rights Act to issue a report to the parties, to hold a public hearing, and to have a vote by the commission, and then to if we find cause to believe discrimination happened, we are required to try after a cause finding to resolve it. And then if we fail to resolve it within 90 days is this timeline in the statute, then our commissioners at another meeting have to vote on whether to litigate a case. The statutory framework, the timelines set out in the Maine Human Rights Act make it almost impossible to meet the 180 days that's projected in the 1711 framework. So we could almost never realistically bring an action in the public interest before the timeline proposed in 1711 ran out.
I think I'm beginning to understand the issue for you. Can you tell the committee what is the average amount of time that it would take for your office to bring a lawsuit based upon a legitimate action that would need to be made?
So if I use a housing case as an example of us moving at what for us is lightning speed, Generally speaking, the fastest we are able currently to move on a case is finishing an investigation in 100 days. And then in the next, say, perhaps within another 3 to 6 months, having the rest of the process play out of issuing a report and then having objections and then a public hearing and then trying post-cause conciliation, giving that the statute allows 90 days for that to play out, and then having another public meeting. So I would say realistically between 9 and 12 months.
And thank you for that clarity. First of all, it leads me to a question that is somewhat unrelated to the bill, but certainly related, generally speaking, to employees having some sort of recompense for wrongdoing by an employer. Do you think that the provisions of the Maine Human Rights Act are sufficient for people to have remedy in a time frame that makes maybe emotional sense? I know court proceedings can be long and drawn out, but if it takes almost a year to get a discrimination complaint in housing maybe resolved, I mean, I guess I'm wondering if you think that that is too long or just right.
Oh, I definitely think it's way too long. I think our agency is and always has been under-resourced. I think the intent of the Maine Human Rights Act and all the statutes like it is to be a preliminary process. It's not intended to be a long, drawn-out process. It's intended to give agencies like ours a quick look and to allow people to proceed to court if they don't get what they need through us. It's intended to be fast. We just don't have the resources to resolve the 600 to 800 complaints we get a year in that time frame.
So if this bill were to pass, it would maybe statutorily anyway force your hand to do your work faster? Is that sense?
It would, yeah, it would provide a very appropriate sort of release valve for a lot of people to get out of our process faster. I would like to say it would force us to do our job faster. What it would mean is we would have and do it faster. I think we wouldn't really get to look substantively at at the 450 or so employment complaints. We would have to take a very quick pass and either say yes or no without looking into a lot of detail. Necessarily know that that serves the public interest all the time.
That's all fair. I just wanted to make sure that I was at least clear on how this bill would interface with the work that at least your agency does. We've heard a little bit about what happens with the Department of Labor and how they investigate violations. So are there any other questions for Director Sneerson from the committee on this bill? So for now, thank you very much for being here. We may ask you to return, but I think at least I'm clear about sort of what this bill will do and how it will affect your agency and your work.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Committee, if the chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very interesting listening to both the AG's office and the Human Rights Commission. Having watched a harassment complaint from my town office play out, I would commend the Human Rights Commission for doing due diligence and a thorough investigation. And as she pointed out, it depends how quick people answer the pleadings, and it can take 8 months or so for a finding of fact to come out. Having heard her say that this bill would hinder their investigations, well, it's obvious they need probably some more investigators, but that has nothing to do with the bill in front of us. So therefore, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion that this bill ought not to pass.
There's a motion from Representative Drinkwater in front of the committee ought not to pass on LD 1711. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Senator Garin, moved by Representative Drinkwater. I am going to, with the leave of the chair, ask for a corner caucus. Okay, so we will try to be back within 10 minutes. But as everyone knows, that might be 20 minutes. But our intent is to be back in 10. So we'll be at ease for 10 minutes. Everyone, please join your caucus if you need to. Thank you.
Anyone back yet? The Republicans are ready to roll.
Gary, you gonna call a roll?
I have not seen them yet. Be a short roll call.
Better mute myself.
Senator Garin,
Yes.
did you see my message that I am making folders for the chairs and leads on any divided bill? But only those that I know about. So the ones that I've been taking over as I've been reporting them out. So there's folders in the office, in the committee room on the horseshoe that will have your name on them.
Oh, excellent. That will be very helpful. When is that going to be available?
I've been doing, every time I vote one out, report one out that's divided, I make copies. So I handed Representative Bradstreet his because he's literally outside my door.
That was
Yeah, you can pick it up or you can have your aide pick it up. Doesn't matter.
okay. I will. So this is the last day. I'll have my aide pick them up, and they'll just be somewhere on the horseshoe in a stack with my name, right?
Yes, but I won't be, this may be the last day for you, but I'll be reporting bills out for another week and a half anyhow, because all of the ones Stephen just did language review, we have to go to the reviser's office. So There'll be more coming.
Okay, well, I will tell her to keep checking back then.
Yep.
Okay, that's going to be a big help. I desperately miss my folders where I keep all my notes and my highlighted testimonies.
Well, I just did the divided reports. I figured if they're unanimous.
Right, don't need it.
Don't need them.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Okay, great.
So they're here.
So we are back, and so I will look to the video cameras that are turned on from the committee, which will let me know if we are all back. Yes, I see that the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans that are here today are back. We lost our chairman, Sylvester, probably to a really beautiful day on Peaks Island. Which is perfectly fine. We are a citizen legislator. There he is. Nope, that's Senator Miramont. So we have a few questions that we would still like to ask before we take a vote on the motion that is in front of us, which is ought not to pass. And with that, let's just see is Director Sneerson still here, or is she? I do see that she's still here. Yes, thank you for being here. Representative Gear, the chair recognizes Representative Gear with a question for Director Sneerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I think that would be really helpful for me, Director Sneerson, is if you have a sense of what would be a more reasonable time frame other than the 180 days for you to get this type of work done while still preserving attention on the timeliness of remedy for the aggrieved party.
That's a good question. Just give me a second. I'm doing some calculations.
Yeah, I mean to put you on the spot, but it's.
I told her it would be all over the place today, so here we are, all over the place today.
I would say between 9 and 12 months, which, I mean, I don't like that being the answer for someone to have to wait 12 months, but if our resources remain the same, I would say between 9 and 12 months. Let's say 9, because 12 is just too long.
And so the bill as drafted is how many days? It's 90 days or 180?
It's 180 days, not only to complete our investigation, but to actually commence a lawsuit. That's the part that's problematic for us.
So that is 6 months?
Yes.
And so if 180 days were increased maybe by another month or two, it still might not solve the problem, but it would still give you more time.
Yeah, the problem for us isn't even getting the initial investigation done. It's all the stuff that the statute requires us to do that comes after that.
Got it. Representative Gear, you asked the question. Are you satisfied with the answer, or do you?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you, Director Sneerson.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Sneerson, again.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Sneerson? As long as she's here from the committee, seeing none. So we have a motion before us. Thank you, Director. The motion is ought not to pass. It was made, if I recall, by Representative Drinkwater. And Mr. Langley, who seconded the motion?
Senator Guerin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Breton. If there is no other discussion of the motion, and if the committee is ready for the question, the committee clerk, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
So it's an ought not to pass motion. If you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Senator Guerin.
Yes.
Senator Guerin, yes. Senator Miramont.
Nay.
Senator Miramont, nay. Representative Sylvester. We lost him. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy. See his picture, but I'll come back to him. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Representative Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
No.
Representative Gear, no. Representative Morris. I don't think is with us. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Representative Pebworth, no. Representative Prescott. I don't think he's with us. Representative Rader.
No.
Representative Rader, no. Representative Warren? Who I don't think is with us. And I was going to come back to Representative Cuddy if he's with us. Well, as I see his portrait, but I don't see him. So that's 3 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative.
So the motion is ought not to pass. 3 people have voted in the affirmative. 5 people have voted in the negative, and 5 people are absent. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. So the motion does not prevail, but instead of doing a new motion, we will simply say that the 5 absent members have until tomorrow at noon to cast their vote. And for the 5 members who voted against the motion, I will suggest that our report is ought to pass.
Is that a straight ought to pass or ought to pass as amended?
Ought to pass. Well, there'll probably be, I don't know, a fiscal note, but for today, it's ought to pass.
Does everybody who voted no agree with that?
Representative Gear is nodding, and Representative Rader is nodding, and I don't see anybody else on the screen. Representative Hepworth is nodding, and Senator Miramont is nodding. And for the public record, all 5 people who voted against the motion are on ought to pass. And again, the 5 members who are absent have until noon tomorrow to do so. I will close the work session on LD 1711. Mr. Langland, what else do we have left for language review? Because I would like to clear the table before we get to LD 1022. So that's just our final bill of the day.
Sure. I have another one that just came in. Let me pull it up. So this one is LD 1530, an act to allow people to live in tiny homes as a primary or accessory dwelling. There is no fiscal note required, so it can be reported out.
Great. Any questions from the committee about this amendment and this language review of the amendment? Seeing none, please report that out.
Mm-hmm.
We do still have LD 1580 in our possession. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can we please look at that?
Sure.
Thank you.
I
think I have a solution, I think.
So,
we took a vote, but I don't think we can that vote. So this may be a reconsideration just for everyone to be aware of that.
Yeah. So the vote was to replace the bill with a resolve directing the Manufactured Housing Board to convene a stakeholder group to sort of examine the issues in which LD 1580 seeks to address. Subsequent to that action by the committee, I received on behalf of Commissioner Head of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation that they do not have the resources to convene a stakeholder group, nor do they have jurisdiction over landlord and tenant issues, which I think is clear in that I know there was a lot of discussion during that work session about which committee has jurisdiction, and it does lie with this committee. So her recommendation was potentially turning it into a study that OPLA, which is my office with staff, similar to some of the housing studies that we had done. I will also say while they don't want to convene a stakeholder group, they do not mind participating in such a stakeholder group as long as they are not the folks in charge with convening or otherwise staffing or drafting or anything else, because the Manufactured Housing Board has, it operates, all the employees operate to their fullest utilization at this point, and they don't have the resources to take it on. So I also should point out that there was a lot of questions at the work session and public hearings surrounding municipalities and whether a municipality could pass an ordinance that regulates some of the things that were discussed in LD 1580. And if you recall, one of the proponents of the bill Sarah Nichols, a city councilor from the city of Bangor, said that she had received sort of legal advice from the city solicitor that said there are certain conflicts if the city of Bangor tried to enact an ordinance relating to some of the stuff that's in LD 1580. And so earlier this morning, I forwarded you both the letter from Commissioner Head in relation to LD 1580, as well as a letter drafted by the acting city solicitor of Bangor, Joshua Saucier. And he lays out some arguments for concerns about if the city of Bangor or another municipality would try to enact an ordinance that deals with the criteria that's in LD 1580. And I should also say that he is here with us. So if you have any questions about that, or if you would like him to further elaborate on the memo that he presented to Sarah Nichols, and then I subsequently presented to the committee, this probably would be a good time to do that because he drafted it. So who better to ask questions of than the drafter? So with that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langley. And please tell me his name again.
Joshua Saucier. I'm not sure that I pronounced that, but I gave it a good shot.
Okay, good. So what the chair would request from the committee is a motion to reconsider LD 1580. Since it's very clear we cannot report this bill out in its current form. Chair recognizes Senator Mirmont.
I move to reconsider LD 1580.
It's been moved to reconsider. It's been seconded by Representative Cuddy. The motion is to reconsider LD 1580. Committee would like to debate that. Please raise your hand. If not, the committee is ready for the question. Ms. Breton, please call the roll. The motion is to reconsider by Senator Mirmont, seconded by Representative Cuddy.
If you're in favor of reconsidering, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
And Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yes.
Senator Guerin, yes. Senator Mirmont.
Yay.
Senator Mirmont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Senator Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Nay.
Representative Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris, absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott, I believe, is absent. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren, I believe she is absent. 9 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
So 9 voting in favor, 1 in the negative, and 3 absent. The motion to reconsider prevails. I will now open the work session on LD 1580. I will invite Mr. Saucier to step forward and present his analysis of the current situation to the committee for consideration. Welcome, please introduce yourself, Mr. Saucier, Mr. Saucier, Mr. Saucier, however you pronounce it, we will take your word for it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Hickman, senators and representatives. My name is Josh Saucier. I am the acting solicitor for the city of Bangor. I will avoid the shameless pitch of still looking for a boss. So being a city solicitor who we're still looking to hire, I was asked by by Councilor Nichols to look at LD 1580 and present, at least from the city's perspective, because that is who I represent, the city of Bangor, what concerns may be in enacting it or enacting something similar in an ordinance. I had a few, and I will tell you this is consistent with certainly my predecessors. For years, we have.
Are you in the middle of something? Nope, I'm listening.
Chairman Sylvester, thank you. It happens. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Refrain from getting into ordinance regulation involving mobile homes. That's because there is sections that give us concern. That includes section, as I look to the side only to read my notes, that includes Title 10, Chapter 953 in general, also includes Title 30A, Section 4358. When 4358 came out, it was intended to prohibit what could have been considered over-regulation of mobile home parks. It was intended to sort of present or prevent any discrimination by municipalities against mobile home parks. And that causes a bit of concern when you look at the potential ways for preemption by state statutes, which are express preemption when it is said we can't do something, which section 4358 has some of, but it's also a concern in the general picture, whereas we cannot by ordinance frustrate the purpose of any state law. So there has been certainly an ongoing thought that we would risk frustrating the purpose of 4358 if we were to get into too much regulation of mobile home parks and what can be done and can't be done there. Now this, like many areas of the law, isn't black and white. It's not as clear as it could be, but it is certainly a concern. The other concern that I think is much more clear are the private rights of action. So whether or not a municipality can create private rights of action, which LD 1580 does in certain sections, it's unclear in certain realms, but it's very clear in land use laws. In land use laws, our law court has said basically that municipalities can't do it, that municipalities have to enforce their own land use ordinances and not rely on private rights of action. So I think those provisions would not work if enacted by municipality. There were some general concerns that I outlined about Title 10, Chapter 953. Those involve that section, that chapter, that title involves a lot of landlord-tenant type issues as they relate to mobile home parks. And some of LD 1580 gets into that. And that would, certainly I think that would be more difficult for a municipality to regulate. Open to any questions.
Thank you very much for being here today. Are there any questions from the committee? So I think the way that I am reading statute, the way I understand home rule authority set up by the Constitution and also Title 30A, is that municipal home rule authority is pretty broad, except for where it is preempted, either explicitly by state law or implied by state law. And I think that I have seen in this discussion that the town of Brewer, the municipality of Brewer, has a ordinance that does regulate mobile home parks. Is that correct, Mr. Langland?
I don't know. I think I sent you something, if that's what you're referring to. I don't remember which municipality, but there are various ordinances out there.
It is the municipality of Brewer. And when I reread the provisions of LD 1580 or what it's asking for, and I look at the bill analysis from before, and when I look at what perhaps is being requested here, I think the committee could entertain an amendment to an appropriate part of statute, which I'm currently looking for. We already have regulation of manufactured housing in Section 4358 of Chapter 187 in Title 38, which is what Mr. Soucia has referred to here. It would seem to me that if we don't want to withstand this provision of law, we don't have to. What we could do is maybe here or in some other part of law, write a provision that basically, notwithstands any provision of law except for perhaps this provision of Title 30A, because I'm not really concerned about anything else other than this. And the private right of action, we don't want to notwithstand that we could just make it explicitly clear, even though it's already implied, that a municipality can draft an ordinance that governs the regulation of mobile home parks in a municipality that the state would recognize by not enforcing any provision of law against it, except for whatever it is we carve out to make sure that we're not allowing municipalities to do any private rights of action around land use planning or any other thing that looks like it could frustrate the purpose of state law that already exists. And let that be that, because the provisions and the municipality may provide provisions that deal with certain things that are not already covered in state law. But when I really went back and looked at state law, I just don't see why a municipality can't currently write an ordinance to govern mobile home parks under home rule authority, so long as it doesn't frustrate the purpose of any other law. Or we could allow it to frustrate the purpose of any other law. But I don't want to allow for municipality to say we cannot have any mobile home parks, say, in our municipality, because that would be unfair. So I don't know how the committee wants to move forward, but I do believe that towns already have the authority to do this, so long as we carve out the appropriate sections of law that we don't want them to be able to repeal in their home rule authority by drafting an ordinance. I hope I made that clear. I do believe that municipalities can put most of the provisions of LD 1580 into an ordinance, and we can make that explicitly clear, so long as we do not allow for municipalities to do anything that's already been settled in law. Does that make sense, Mr. Langley?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know. I mean, I can draft anything you want. I just don't know, how it'll fare or the legality or anything like that, of course. But I mean, it goes through various legal reviews and other reviews. So I mean, if there's an issue, we could certainly discuss it. But.
Well, I mean, I think that the committee should understand that I believe municipalities already have the authority to do this. And even though we have concerns raised by a city solicitor, those could be solved, remedied, or decided in a court should there be an action taken against them based upon that ordinance. And as he says, an ordinance can have a severability clause in it, which is up to the town to decide. So that if one part of the ordinance is not okay or invalidated, that the rest of the ordinance stays intact. I don't know that we need to take this action, by the way. I don't think we do. I think that towns already have the authority under the home rule authority in the Constitution to put into an ordinance exactly what's in 1580, maybe minus a few things that the solicitor has brought forward. But once again, we have another branch of government to determine if an ordinance would frustrate state law around those areas if it went too far outside of its container. I guess the reason why I know that we can do this is because we've done this with other things. We've done this with municipal regulation around cannabis. We've done this with municipal laws around food sovereignty. The legislature can pretty much tell a municipality, if we're going to constrain your right to draft an ordinance, we can constrain it in a particular way, or we don't have to constrain it at all. They have the authority to draft ordinances that are in the public safety and health and welfare of their communities. And if their ordinance is unconstitutional, frustrates the purpose of state law, then a judge would decide that that's the case. And the legislature doesn't have anything to say about that. The chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seems like this is quite a bit more complicated than maybe we thought. Would the issues that you're talking about and the points you brought up be something that could be addressed by the study commission as suggested by Commissioner Head? I wonder if that would be the way to go to clarify things so that insofar as possible, we could have a clear path ahead once that commission has given us its report.
And Representative Bradstreet, may I ask, who would you like to convene that study commission?
You would ask that? I think I actually sent some suggestions to as for the membership to the analysts a couple of weeks ago, but then I heard that the commissioner was hesitant, so okay. I backed off that. I'm not sure. Did they say Oprah would edit? Would do Oprah? Okay, then we'll leave Oprah. OPLA. I see Mr. Langland nodding his head.
I'm just the chair of the committee, and I guess for the committee's consideration is we can do anything that we agree to do, or we can be divided about it. I actually simply believe under the Constitution and Title 30A, a municipality can draft any ordinance it wants, and it will be construed liberally, and it will have the full force of law. If there's any provision in that ordinance that runs afoul or frustrates the purpose of state law that hasn't been crystally clear that it needs to be carved out by us as the writers of state law, that ordinance has the full force and effect of law unless or until a judge of a court of competent jurisdiction says that it's wrong. And so I don't know that we need to take any action for a municipality to draft an ordinance to regulate mobile home parks. I'm not the Attorney General, but I am a lawmaker and I can read the law. And home rule authority in the state of Maine is pretty broad and it's pretty expansive. And it's constrained only in so much as something can be interpreted by some other entity. So Mr. Saucier has told us the concerns that the city of Bangor has if they were to draft an ordinance that included all of the provisions of 1580, but it's also clear to me that they could draft an ordinance that doesn't have provisions that concern him, and it would be up to them to do that, to deal with the issue that seems like a local issue, because we didn't hear from anybody in any other community, Mr. Langland, unless you can remind me that I'm wrong, that this is a problem. It seems to be a very local issue, which really can be decided by local ordinance. And I just don't think that the legislature has to act at all, with all due respect to the bill sponsor and to Councilor Nichols, who brought her concerns to us in the public hearing. I just think that Bangor can write any ordinance it wants to regulate mobile home parks. And if there are some provisions that cause concern to their town manager, to their city solicitor, to their council, they can maybe not put those provisions in the ordinance, but Brewer has an ordinance that regulates mobile home parks, and I do not believe it has been challenged in court. And I don't see why Bangor cannot do the same thing. So, you know, that's my overview of this issue after looking at it, after reading Commissioner Head's letter, and then just looking at the landscape of law. I do not think we need to act. I think that the city of Bangor can do whatever it needs to do to protect its residents from some unscrupulous mobile home park owner, if that's what the problem is. And we'll let the courts decide if that ordinance is somehow out of line. Anyone else on the committee want to weigh in on LG 1580? Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
There we go. You gave a lengthy explanation on why we don't need this, that it's a local issue that Brewer is handling, Bangor can handle it.
Legally staying open now.
I would like to make a motion, ought not to pass.
Been moved ought not to pass by Representative Drinkwater. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Bradstreet. Is there any discussion from the committee on the motion ought not to pass on LD 1580? Seeing no further discussion, if the committee is ready for the question, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Drinkwater, seconded by Representative Bradstreet. If you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Garin.
Yay.
Senator Garin, yay. Senator Merrimont.
Yay.
Senator Merrimont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Representative Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Representative Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris, I believe, is absent. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Representative Pepworth, yes. Representative Prescott, I believe, is absent. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren, I believe, is absent. So it would be 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
10 members voting in favor, none in the negative, but 3 members absent. The motion fails. Ought not to pass it is on LD 1580. I will close the work session on that. Mr. Langland, any other language reviews or reconsiderations that we must take up?
LD 1312 has been kicking around for a bit. That, if you recall, let me pull up the amendment. So this is Representative Geiger's bill. Sort of had several amendments, and it was a little bit convoluted as to truthfully what the committee voted at the work session. And I think that I don't know the extent to, I know that Kate Dufour of MMA, as well as Representative Geiger and Nancy Smith of Grow Smart Maine, worked on an amendment, and I don't know what the discrepancy is between what the committee voted versus what the stakeholders proposed, or if there is any discrepancy. I can share my screen if that's helpful about what they sent me.
That would be great.
Yeah, so I do recall, and I should say, full disclaimer, I did rewatch this on YouTube and it did not provide much further clarity. I did recall that there was a discussion about short-term rentals, and the way that I understood the vote was that all mention of short-term rentals was struck from the bill, meaning that any municipality can regulate them as they choose currently. I think that there was a discrepancy between what the stakeholders thought the committee did and what the committee did on that, but I think that they actually voted in the same manner. But so the amendment that was sent to me was, so a municipality shall allow 1 accessory dwelling unit, and it does cross-reference to the definition, but it says no more than square 100 feet on the same lot as a single family dwelling unit, as long as the unit is located outside of the shoreland zone, is subject to all adopted accessory dwelling unit land use requirements, and the primary or accessory dwelling is owner occupied unless prohibited in subsection 2. You recall there was discussion about setbacks, and what MMA and Nancy Smith sent to me was, so this was the bill as proposed by Representative Geiger, but the bill as proposed by Grow Smart Maine and MMA takes out D, E, and F, and prohibits the conversion of a structure located on the lot of a single family dwelling unit that does not conform to existing land or building use ordinances into an ADU, as long as the conversion does not increase the nonconformity of the structure and the ADU created meets applicable fire safety and building codes. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy between what the committee voted and what the stakeholders thought that the committee voted, and truthfully, I am not entirely clear on what the committee voted. So
Mr. Langland, if I'll be blunt, if you're not entirely clear what the committee voted, and I know I was not here for the discussion, I did cast a vote based upon what I believe the will was at the time. What would we be reporting out based upon that vote? Not this, what exactly would the committee report out? Do you have that language?
I do not have that language. I was going to draft something and bring that back for language review, but after the work session, I was contacted by Nancy Smith and Kate Dufour multiple times about how they believe the committee voted versus what they agreed to. And I thought that I would save that for the discussion. And I guess here we are today. So.
Mr. Chair?
The chair recognizes Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you. So, so my understanding, and irrespective of what folks who were in the audience might have understood, was that we were removing the terms short-term rental. There was a provision in there. We removed it, the provision that prohibited it, and then that was the end of it. So I'm unclear about what misinterpretation from, and I give other folks who are on the report, since I believe it was Senator Garen's friendly amendment, you know, what the other folks on this committee think we did. That's what I think we did, is we just removed the prohibition on short-term rental.
The chair.
And really all that matters is the folks who are on this committee and what they thought they were voting on.
That is correct. Thank you, Chairman Sylvester. The chair recognizes Senator Garen. I see Senator Garen is connecting to her audio.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Did you call on me?
I did. I recognize you to sort of speak to what you believe you voted on so that we can get a bill reported out.
You voted on removal of the short-term rentals. Thank you.
And Chairman Sylvester said the same thing. So my charge then, the chair's charge, Mr. Langland, would be to report the bill out as the committee voted it by removing all references to short-term rental. And,
sure.
And if that's clear, unless you have some other concerns about that, please let the committee know.
I don't. I just seem to recall conversation about setbacks, and I don't know if anything was decided for or against it. I don't know. I'm not clear on, it seemed like there was also discussion at one point about whether certain accessory dwelling units were going to be grandfathered in, or I don't know what concessions the sponsor also made. And I don't know. I mean, I can, like I said, I can draft whatever you want. If you just want me to remove those things and proceed, that's fine.
What I would like for you to do, Mr. Langland, what the committee has voted for you to do is to remove references to short-term rental and report the bill out.
Sure, I can do that.
And if there needs to be some further discussion when the bill hits the floor, then we'll let that happen.
Sure.
Because that's when everybody can come together and decide if, in fact, this is the bill they want to pass or not. But if the committee voted for the bill by removing all references to short-term rental, then that's what we should report out.
Sure.
No reason to reconsider something that has too much confusion in it, and this can be dealt with on the floor of the Senate and the House.
Sure, and I'm definitely aware that that was what the committee voted, but I wasn't sure if that was the entirety or not. And it didn't seem to me that it was, but if that's what others remember, then I would defer to them.
Chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't recall the particulars, but I do recall, I believe, that Maine Municipal had some input on the whole discussion, and the compromise they worked out was what we voted on. And sorry, I do not remember the particulars of that. I don't have it right in front of me. I'm just trying to spur other people's memories. That's what I'm trying to do.
I represent Bradstreet. I respect that and understand it. And I think that given where we are in the day, and we have another bill, and the fact that we can do anything to a bill on the floor of the House and the Senate, if any more clarity is needed on the committee amendment before final disposition of the bill, then it can happen at that point. And at that point, since we're going to be back in full session and everybody will be back in the legislature and in the state house, folks can corner caucus and go out on the balcony and figure out if there needs to be a floor amendment to what the committee is going to report out. And I think that that is the best way forward, precisely because the bill sponsor is not here and neither are any folks who worked on the compromise. And so I would like for us to report out the bill as we voted it, as we understood it. And if that's not correct, it can be taken care of in a floor amendment in the House. And unless anyone objects to that, or if you do object to that approach, please raise your hand and we can have a conversation about it. Senator Garing, your hand is up, or is that from before?
That is from, my apologies.
Good. So if that is the case, we do not have to reconsider LD 1312. We will report the bill out by removing all references to STRs, and we will go from there and sit on the floor if we need to.
Yep.
Committee,
Okay, I can do that.
good. Thank you. So LD 1312 will be reported out in that fashion. Any other language reviews?
It's not so much a language review as, so the committee voted on LD 1633, which is an act to require responsible contracting practices for public construction projects. And the majority amendment, I believe is by Representative Cuddy, said something about adding language about as long as it's permissible by federal law. And he referenced, I think, some testimony that said something about that. And in subsequent conversations, I think that perhaps he was mistaking LD 1633 with another bill that had similar concerns in its testimony. So I'm just trying to figure out, the amendment doesn't seem applicable to the bill as drafted. So I'm trying to figure out if perhaps the intent was ought to pass, or if that is something the committee is still interested in having for language.
I understand. The chair recognizes Representative Cuddy to respond to Mr. Langland.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Langland raised that concern with me in an email, and I researched it, and I apparently never closed the loop with you, Mr. Langland. I apologize for that. I did. The testimony that I was referencing was from a different bill. And I looked through the bill to see where I intended to put it, and there is nowhere it makes sense to put. So the language that I thought I needed to add to this was in a different bill. Okay. So I think the motion then would make more sense to just be ought to pass, because there isn't an amendment needed to correct what I thought was an issue.
Sure.
Okay. Is committee clear to the extent that you've been paying attention? I certainly am. So the ought to pass is what we voted on as the majority, and that is what will be reported out. Perfect. Sure. Anything else, Mr. Langland?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not at this point. So.
Well, if something comes into us before we adjourn for the day, we will certainly look at it so that we are all ready in real time for next week. So with that, it is 4:21, in fact, and we're going to break until 4:30, and we will come back and we will finish our day with LD 1022. Like I said earlier, if folks on the committee would like to read something into the record as part of the rest of our work session, please be prepared to do that. I will be fair, and we will go from there. So we will be back at 4:30, and we will complete our work. Thank you.
Your microphone is on, Representative Bradstreet.
Can someone put me in the Republican breakout room, please?
If you touch your screen, there's a button there that you can, that's a breakout room. You touch it and it should take you there.
We are back. Looks like Senator Mearmont is almost ready for a nap.
You bet.
Sliding down in your chair.
Oh,
I've noticed the good senator's been in about 4 different rooms today.
I couldn't put off a bunch of things that I keep putting off to be on 3 or 4 meetings at a time, but with just one going on, I was able to follow.
What did you do before you were in the legislature, Miss Senator Mearmont?
Oh, lots of different businesses, restaurant, hotels, flying service. And then I worked for Bar Harbor Airlines and I was a pilot at Delta Airlines. and retired from that and flew private jets and corporate plane for Athena Health and teach flying and just a whole range of things. It's fun. Now I have a glider ride business for 15 years now at the Knox County Airport.
Oh, wow.
Wonderful. Do you give legislative discounts?
Of course.
You're right.
I do. I do things for locals, you know, that's fine.
You mean local like us on the committee or locals that live in the area?
Live in the area for, you know, I have tourist rates and then other people.
I think
That's all,
that
this is live. Good for me.
Yeah, little free advertising.
the party this year should be seeing Senator Hickman's baby goats and then go for a plane ride. I think that's what we should do.
That's right. I did see the baby goats last week. They are so cute.
Bet they are.
I thought we went on break. It looks like we went to caucuses, huh?
We did a really quick caucus. I think he did say we'd be on break until 4:30, which is 1 minute.
It is 4:30. I hope everybody had a lovely stretch. It's very humid here in Winthrop, Maine. I love the humid weather. I love it when it's hot. I have to say, I feel like I'm on the bayou. My farm is on the lake. I didn't have a chance to go down there on the break, but I almost wanted to fly and get back in time. Can committee members, the bill sponsor is here. We certainly have continued our quorum. With that, I will open up the work session on early 1022. And I know that between Friday and today, our awesome researcher from OPLA, Ms. Kristen Braun, has drafted some more responses to some of our questions from the first work session. And so I will begin there just to make sure we honor the work. We asked her to do some work and she has done it. And so if you could please share your screen and talk us through the research that you have done in the interim, that would be wonderful.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Oops. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
I can. If you cannot see her screen, please speak now or forever hold your peace. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I put together a research memo after I did research for the questions that the committee had during the last work session on LD 22. And one of the questions asked by the committee was for information on the race and ethnicity of agricultural workers in Maine. And I contacted the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to see if they track that information. And unfortunately, they do not. However, they did provide me some links to the USDA Agricultural Statistical Services 2017 Census of Agriculture. And I have below linked to those reports. the reports focus more on producers and farms and don't necessarily break out for farm workers, agricultural workers. But if I recall from the last work session, Mr. Guare said he might be able to get that information.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to ask him to speak a little bit later. And so you can certainly follow up with him on that. I can't remember exactly who asked this question. I think it might have been Representative Morris. It could have been Senator Guerin. I don't have my notes about who actually asked the question, but on this issue, if there's anyone from the committee who has a question, the chair recognizes Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for pulling this all together, Ms. Braun. For these tables specifically, is this data specific to Maine? I'm having trouble quickly looking through the tables and understanding whether it's already segmented out for Maine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, those reports are specific to Maine.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
But thank you. Are there any other questions about this section of the research? Ms. Braun from the committee? Seeing none, let's proceed to information on item 2.
Yes, so the next question was whether a farm share offered as a benefit to workers is considered taxable income. So I looked at IRS publication 51, which is the most recent copy of the Agricultural Employers Tax Guide. And that states that non-cash wages, including commodity wages, may include food, lodging, clothing, transportation, passes, farm products, or other goods and commodities. Non-cash wages that are paid to farm workers, including commodity wages, are not subject to Social Security taxes, Medicare taxes, or federal income tax withholding. However, an employer and an employee may agree to have the federal income tax withheld on non-cash wages. But non-cash wages, including commodity wages that are treated as cash wages. And this was a little confusing to me, but looking into this a little bit, I saw like using gift cards as an example. So something like that is non-cash wages that are treated as cash wages are subject to Social Security taxes, Medicare taxes, and federal income tax withholding.
So interesting. So if I read this, if I understand what you have presented here correctly, it would sound like non-cash wages in the form of food, lodging, clothing, transportation, farm products, or other goods and commodities are not required by the employer to be subject to Social Security, Medicare, or federal income tax, but it's required by the recipient to have Social Security taxes, Medicare taxes, and federal income taxes withheld?
Well, it's an option. The employer and the employee could agree to have tax withheld.
Okay. So it says, your last sentence here says non-cash wages, including commodity wages that are treated as cash wages, are subject to Social Security tax, Medicare tax, and federal income tax withholding. I guess I'm trying to square that sentence with the previous sentence.
Yes, and I was too. And my understanding is it's something like I found gift cards as an example.
Okay.
So something that is not actual cash, but can be treated as cash.
Okay. So would food, lodging, clothing, transportation, farm products, or other goods and commodities from the farm be required to be taxable income by the person who receives it, but not reportable by the person who offers it? I guess that's kind of what it looks like, but I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
That's it's okay. appreciate you doing
I'm not, yeah, I'm not an expert in tax law at all. So I tried to interpret this as best as I could.
I appreciate it. Anyway, the chair recognizes Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question about that last non-cash wages, including commodity wages that are treated as cash wages being subject to the taxes. Read ahead a little bit to the California statute showing that it allows employers to use credit for meals and lodging to meet part of the employer's minimum wage obligation. So if those non-cash wages were used as part of the compensation package, in order, part of the job offer, would that then turn into being treated as cash wages? Or is it specifically about something that has a distinct monetary value like a gift card?
I'm not really sure in that situation.
How about this? The chair recognizes Representative Gear. Is your hand up from before, or do you have a concern about this particular issue?
Sorry, leftover hand.
So I will ask if Michael Rowland from the department, if he is still here.
I'm here.
Great. If you might be able to offer an answer to this particular section of research, since
I wish I knew. I wish I knew the answer. I do not, and I don't want to speculate. I also wish that our director for Wage and Hour, Scott Cotnor, was here, but he's unable to be here this time. Jorge Acero is here. I don't know if he has an answer to that question, but if he does, speak up, Jorge.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. If Mr. Acero has an answer to the question, I see you. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jorge Acero at the Maine Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Standards, and I'm the Migrant and Seasonal Farm Worker Monitor Advocate, and I also oversee the Foreign Labor Certification process, which means it's the program that the employers use to bring foreign workers on the H-2A visa process. The only concern that I have, I can't answer that question specifically, but the way I would treat it is I would actually refer to the United States Wage and Hour Division, United States Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division, because they have enforcement of agricultural wages, the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the Migrant and Farm and the Migrant and Seasonal Farm Worker Protection Act, and enforce farm wages. One thing that I've always learned is that, for example, under H-2A, housing has to be provided for free, and meals are a choice. An employer can provide a meal, and they're allowed to charge a rate for that, for the 3 meals per day, and it's a rate that's set by the federal government, USDOL, on an annual basis, and it's published in the Federal Register. And this year it's something around $11.50 or something per day for the 3 meals. Otherwise, employers are required to provide cooking facilities and provide transportation to the workers to go to the grocery store to get wages, to buy groceries. If there is ever a time when a worker is given something supposedly to offset part of the wages, from my understanding is that the value of that can't take them below what they would have earned working at the federal minimum wage rate, which is what they have to work at now. But since most people work at either the H-2A rate or a higher rate because employers are just paying higher rates these days. So that's the best answer that I can give.
We definitely appreciate Mr. Acero. I believe that whoever asked the question, again, was sort of asking it around not just H-2A workers, but any farm worker that might have food or lodging or some other amenity provided to them in lieu of wages, and would that be possible?
I can give an example. As monitor advocate, I also do field checks on independent farm workers, and many independent farm workers come into the state and are brought in by labor contractors. And oftentimes these labor contractors will provide supposedly housing. And in some instances, they just rent a space in a campground, and the workers live at this campground, sometimes in tents. Sometimes they're able to rent one cabin or two cabins, and as many can crowd into that. And the labor contractor will charge them for that and not provide it for free, okay? And if the charge if the charges takes their wages, impacts them to the degree that they're earning less money from having to pay, then the employer has to the contractor has to reimburse the workers. So anything that the employer charges the workers for or gives to the workers must not take their wages below what they would have earned on a regular work schedule under the federal minimum wage rate.
And that's under the federal law. So I believe we heard that under the current H-2A program, the rate for a migrant farm worker is $14.99 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a rate established for a migrant farm worker who is not in the H-2A program? Meaning
yes, Chairman, that's the federal minimum wage rate, which is $7. And so an employer is free to pay whatever they want as long as it's no less than the federal minimum wage rate.
So any farmer in the farmer in the state of Maine, no matter who they employ, is bound by the federal minimum wage, but not by the state minimum wage. Is that correct? Okay. So every farm worker in the state of Maine must earn at least $7.25 an hour.
Yes.
But they don't need to earn what, $12 in, what is the state minimum wage at this moment? $12.50.
$12.15. Yeah.
15 cents, yes. So a farm worker in the state of Maine does not have to earn $12.15 an hour, but they do have to earn at least $7.25 an hour. Is that correct?
Or it could be phrased that an employer must pay no less than the federal minimum wage or whatever rate they would like to pay, but they're not required to pay the state minimum wage.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions from the committee around this particular wage issue? The chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jorge, my question is this. I'm getting a lot of information from farmers about piecework and how it rewards effort, and that they can make a lot more than minimum wage as long as they produce. Is that, am I hearing it correctly?
Yes, yeah, there actually have been some, I don't know the references specifically, but there's been some sociological studies that yes, incentivizing workers by offering a piece rate will generate more work. Okay, and it's obvious because what happens is that if you guarantee someone, I'll pay you $15 an hour, and you give them a box and say, okay, go pick the apples off that tree and I'll pay you $15 an hour. The person's going, in some instances, there are people that say a worker might just take an hour to fill that one box, where other workers might, even though they're making $15 an hour, might fill 5 boxes and, et cetera. So if the farmer pays on a piece rate basis, say $2 per box or whatever, or $3.50 per box, and they fill enough, and they double what they would have earned per hour, for example, through that labor, then both people come out winning. The worker ends up making more money in the long run, and the employer gets more harvested, more work out of them. Okay. However, the important thing is that even within the piece rate, it must be guaranteed that the wage that's on the contract, whether it's the H-2A wage rate or the federal minimum wage rate or whatever the employer promised initially, okay, that the piece rate, the worker will never be paid, will never earn less than that hourly rate. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And on the issue, and Ms. Braun, please, if you don't mind, we're going to go a few places and come back around to you. I would like to see if Mr. Guare is here. And if he is, I saw his name, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's still with us. If he is, please.
Yes. Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Gear.
Thank you. I just couldn't hear, Mr. Acero, what was the last thing? Is that also the piece rate must not allow the worker's wage to go below, is that again, the federal minimum wage?
Right, or the H-2A wage rate. In other words, if they don't make the piece rate for some reason that day, they are guaranteed at least the federal minimum wage rate if they're outside of the H-2A program. If they're inside the H-2A program, they have to be paid the adverse effect wage rate of the H-2A program.
Great, thank you.
Can I just also clarify that the piece rate is used in other industries other than agriculture, and some of which, most of which, are subject to our state minimum wage. And the same principle applies: is if they're paid on a piece rate basis, they still have to earn the minimum wage. In some cases, the state minimum wage. So that would not be affected.
Yeah.
By the state.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. And Mr. Acero, then, as we continue to sort of peel the onion away here, is it safe to say, based on what we're hearing now, is that if you are a migrant worker from another country on an H-2A program that comes to the United States of America, including Maine, to do farm work, that your minimum wage rate is twice that or more of an American farm worker who might be doing the exact same work?
On paper, yes. In other words, the $7.25 minimum wage per rate. Now, in Maine, I do know that most farms pay well above that. They're not using the H-2A program. I know some farms that don't use the H-2A program and they pay $15 an hour. Okay. But in many states, in some states, in other places, they won't budge from the federal minimum wage.
Right.
They still pay their farm laborers and their domestic migrant workers the lowest rate they can possibly get away with.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't actually personally know of too many farmers who just pay federal minimum wage for farm work. I certainly don't. But I just wanted to know if it is true that under federal law, and if a state doesn't have a law on the books that would apply the state minimum wage to a farm worker, that $7.25 is the rate that any Maine farmer today could get away with paying a farm worker if they could find a farm worker that would take the job for that rate. Is that correct?
Exactly. And actually, the legal part of that comes from what the U.S. Department of Labor enforces. And so at any time there's a wage discrepancy on a farm, a U.S. Department of Labor wage and hour inspector inspects it, and all they can guarantee to enforce is the $7.25 per hour.
Got it. Thank you. So Mr. Guare, if you are still with us, I know that you have provided some research at the request of the committee, probably of me, to Mr. Langland, our analyst, and it's on page 150 to 154 of the PDF file of the 187-page analysis. And somewhere in there, and I'm trying to find my version of it because I would like to just ask you a question about a piece of it, if I can find it. It was here and then it wasn't. Well, anyway, you have a paragraph in your analysis or in your report to us as an answer to a question. Do you have that in front of you? Do you have your—
Yes, I do, Senator.
Oh, I just found it. There we are. You have a paragraph in here about the piece rate around, I think, blueberry harvesting on page 153. Can you just, since we're talking about this, can you just discuss that issue with us from the point of view of what you have worked with a worker on.
Yes, I believe what you're referring to is
I'm sorry, Mr. Guare, please introduce yourself to everyone and let everyone know who you are for transparency purposes, and then respond to the chair's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I apologize. My name is Michael Guare. I'm a staff attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance in Bangor. I am an attorney in our farm worker unit, and I have been working with and representing farm workers in Maine since 1998. And I believe that the paragraph that you're referring to, Senator Hickman, is an instance of a practice which we see once in a while in blueberries, especially with more unscrupulous labor contractors, and that's a practice called overfilling, which is, and if I'm on the wrong part of my submission and I'm not answering your question, please let me know. But I believe that's the reference to piece rates that that we were talking about. And what I have seen and what the workers have told me will happen occasionally is that there is a standard in the blueberry industry for what constitutes a full box of blueberries when they're harvested in the field, for which a piece rate is due to be paid. And that's usually, and that is filling the box, which contains approximately 22 or 23 pounds of berries, to a level at about an inch below the upper rim of the box. And that is done so that the boxes are constructed in a way so that when they're filled to that level, they can be stacked on top of each other without the boxes on top crushing the berries in the boxes below. And that's a widely recognized standard for what constitutes a full box and the basis on which the piece rate is supposed to be paid. What I've seen happen occasionally, not very often, I have to say, but it does happen, is that contractors will require the workers to fill a field box to the point where it's overflowing. Berries are actually rolling off of a mound that is far above the rim of the box. The workers will be paid the piece rate for the standard fill, and then the extra berries will be poured off into other boxes, and the workers won't get paid for those boxes. And I've seen that a few times, not very often. And as I said, it tends to be with unscrupulous labor contractors.
Thank you, Mr. Guare. Are there any questions from the committee about this particular practice as it relates to the piece rate? Chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but my hand was actually up for Mr. Cero before, so.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, we are going to allow you to still ask Mr. Cero your question because we're going to take questions from the committee as they come up. So you are recognized to ask Mr. Cero a question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cero. The H2 one workers get $14.99 an hour. If there are the local workers who are also hired, are they required to get the same amount, or can the farmer pay them a different amount?
Yes, Senator. There's something called comparable employment. And so if an employer that files an H-2A is required to post a local job order with our state career centers, and our system is called the Maine Job Link. So every employer that files an H-2A must have a local job order in the Maine Job Link that relates to that H-2A contract. If the career center or if individually a person applies to that job link job order, that says $14.90, and they're hired to do the very same employment, then the employer is required to pay them the exact same rate. And that's also enforced by the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division. And there's a section, and I don't know the citation for it, the reference to it, but it's in the regulations, and it's something related to comparable employment.
Okay, a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
Thank you. So if there's some type of violation of that or any other part of the wage payment, would you be the one to hear about that, or who would hear about that? And how many complaints have there been?
Yeah, it really depends. It really depends on how who the person might have contact with. If the person knows of me and the Monitor Advocate Service, they could contact, or they could contact the Career Center directly with, if they were referred to the job by the Career Center, then they're informed that they can contact the Career Center if they have any concerns. And then the Career Center would take a complaint, and that complaint would be followed up by myself, and then I would refer it to US Wage and Hour.
Okay. Can you give me an idea how many you might have had in the last several years? How many complaints?
I haven't had very many, if any, in the last 3 years. I might say that I had one that was in what I call an apparent violation, and that was an instance where I was doing a field check on a farm, and I spoke to the workers, and I asked them. I showed them the job order, and I said, "Is this the pay rate that you're making?" And they said no, and I said, "Well, why is that?" And one thing that I have the ability to do and the flexibility to do is to resolve problems on the farm with the employer if it's possible. And in some instances, in most instances, I have a very good working rapport with employers. We have, professionally need to do our business, but I still have a very good rapport with employers. And in this particular instance, the employer claimed that it was an accounting office failure, that there had been an update on the wage, and the accountant had forgotten to update the wages for those workers. And it had only been a month and a half or two lapsed since they were supposed to have had a wage increase due to a federal rate change. But otherwise, the bad thing is that most workers are hesitant to file a complaint unless things get really bad, even local people. And local people generally have more self-confidence about that sort of thing. And oftentimes it's through our outreach workers that are connected to some of my agricultural service partners, like the Migrant Education Program have outreach workers, the Migrant Health Program has outreach workers, Mike Ware and his colleagues are out in the field as well. Oftentimes they'll refer them to Mike Ware and he'll take care of it and everything. If they refer them to me, I oftentimes refer them to Mike Ware as well, but it really is incumbent upon me to refer them directly to the US Wage and Hour.
Thank you. Appreciate all your work on that too.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cerro, Representative Bradstreet, for the question. And so just to follow up on that one more time before we go back to the research from Ms. Braun. If you are a farmer in Maine and you are not part of the H-2A visa program, then the comparable wage wouldn't apply.
Right.
So if you are a farmer in Maine and you don't have H-2A visa employees where you have to pay them $14.99 an hour, you can still pay them $7.25 an hour at the bottom, at the floor.
No, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding you.
You are not an H-2A farmer, meaning that you don't have anybody that you have gone through that program
right.
to your farm. Then can you still pay $7.25 an hour, or is there some other comparable wage that you would have to comply with?
No, you don't. You can pay as long as we established it a little while ago, that as long as you pay no less than the federal minimum wage, you pay the federal minimum wage, but no less, you can pay any rate. The only people that are required to pay a specific rate are the people participating in the H-2A program, and they must pay that yearly adverse effect wage rate, which this year is $14.99.
And any other laborer who works on that farm has to get the same rate.
If they're working on the same row, if they're working in the very same job that the H-2A worker is working on, if they're in the same apple trees, in the same field working, and they were hired on that specific job order related to that H-2A contract, yes.
But if they're harvesting tomatoes.
If they're in another part of the farm doing something completely different, not associated with the job order, that's possible. If the job order doesn't say harvest tomatoes, then it's up to the discrepancy of the U.S. Wage and Hour Inspector to decide.
If there is,
I also would like to just ask the liberty. I understand there was a question about race and ethnicity of workers coming to Maine. In 2015, I sponsored a Margaret Chase Smith intern to assist me in doing an ad hoc demographic survey of farm workers in Maine. We published it, and it's in our website, on our website. Now, it is since 2015, and we haven't been able to do an update of the demographic survey. But in that survey, it does give a very good example of what the demographics are, and that the majority of migrant farm workers that come to the state of Maine from outside the state are either Passamaquoddy and Micmac that come across from Canada, or they're Hispanic of either Mexican or Central American descent that come directly from the other states. They may live in the United States, or they may come via H-2A visas, or they're Jamaicans that come in via H-2A visas, or they're Haitians that come in because they live in Florida and they're farm workers, or they're now new Mainers that are African that have just come in as refugees, et cetera, et cetera. So many farms in the Lewiston area, for example, hire the new immigrants, if you will. So the majority of, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Acero. I didn't mean to cut you off. I have a delay. Finish your thought, and then I'll ask my question.
So the important thing is that, in the big scope of a survey of Maine farms, that hasn't been done. And it was the 2010 census. It hasn't been since the 2010 census that identified migrant and seasonal farm workers and their ethnicity. The most recent, as Ms. Braun pointed out, only talked about the ethnicity of the farm owner, the employer, not the workers, which is absolutely correct. But my demographic survey did specifically look at where did the ethnicity of these in the countries of origin, and how they travel, their family groups, et cetera, et cetera.
And you say you haven't been able to do an update on that demographic survey since 2015. Are you waiting for the census? What has kept you from doing an update on that for the last 6 years?
Basically, it was access to interns, access to research, within the Department of Labor, to allow to do something like that. Because it can be done on a very simple basis with like an intern and just out boots on the ground in a paper, in a survey form on a clipboard. But to do a very good survey, it would be great to have a larger service help to do something more substantial. But it costs money, and it's not something that we necessarily specialize in.
Thank you. One last question on at least the issue of migrant workers for now is this: if you are a migrant worker from California, not from Jamaica, do you need to use the H-2A program to do work in Maine?
Absolutely not, sir. No.
And so if you are a migrant worker from California or Florida or Arizona or Montana or anywhere else, and you come to Maine to do work, do you need to have the $14.99 per hour minimum wage, or can it just be the federal minimum wage?
It can be the federal minimum wage or the piece rate, or whatever the farmer wants to pay, as long as it's no less than the federal minimum wage.
And do we know how many migrant workers in Maine are not here from an H-2A program?
A little bit of that is in the demographic survey, but more and more over the last, I can say that over the last 10 years, basically since 9/11, every year we have seen a lessening and lessening of migrant farm workers traveling, And it's basically because in the enforcement for work authorization, many migrant and seasonal farm workers at one time that would come were not fully authorized to work in the United States. They may have been undocumented, coming across the border and working and then returning and so on. So the number of migrant farm workers coming to Maine has decreased considerably. And so in the last 8 years, I've seen an increase in the use of the H-2A program because the independent migrant farm workers coming to Maine has decreased. The number.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I understand the correlation. So since 911, you have less farm workers coming to Maine outside of the H-2A program than today. Okay, great. The chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a really good discussion. The presentation the other day was wonderful to show the roots of how to divide out a group of labor by people not really caring about them and perpetuating it by creating another group who employ them that feels powerless to make a change. But it's all pointed to me towards we are the people to make that change and have the opportunity. And I'm ready to do that. I'd like to move on to pass as amended.
Senator Miramont has moved ought to pass as amended. I'm not exactly sure what the amendment is that you're moving ought to pass as amended on, Senator Miramont.
The fiscal note.
The fiscal note. And would your motion include any friendly amendments from the bill sponsor?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, so the motion is ought to pass as amended by Senator Miramont. And we don't have that amendment in front of us to actually address or look at. But since I see that the bill sponsor is here, I will ask the bill sponsor to present again to the committee his proposed amendment that I would think Senator Miramont would be including in his motion.
Thank you, Senator Hickman and Senator Miramont. The amendment that I was working on with your analyst, Mr. Langland, was to phase in the overtime provisions of the bill over a 3-year period, beginning at 50 hours a week on January 1st, 2022. So overtime would be required for over 50 hours a week, 45 hours a week on January 1st, 2023. And then the rate would be set at 40 hours a week in 2024. Other than that, the bill was as submitted, which was to fully define farm workers as employees under state of Maine law when it comes to minimum wage and overtime.
And
I do like that.
Representative Harnett, if I may ask for another point of clarity on your proposed amendment that is now a part of Senator Miramont's motion. Are you phasing in only overtime and that therefore minimum wage would apply when the bill went into effect, or are you phasing in everything?
No, just overtime. I don't want to phase in. My proposal is to phase in minimum wage. It's to bring equity in terms of minimum wage to farm workers.
Okay, so the amendment that is being moved by Senator Miramont would not phase in minimum wage. So if the bill went into effect, then all farmers in the state of Maine would be required to pay any farm worker minimum wage, but they wouldn't be required to pay farm workers overtime until 2022 at the earliest. Is that correct?
2022 and it wouldn't kick in until 50 hours a week. 2023, it would drop to 45 hours a week. And then 2024, there would be true equity between farm workers and all other employees in the state of Maine.
So just again, for clarity, the work week would be 50, 45, and 40 phased in over 3 years. So anyone who employed someone who worked more than 50 hours would pay overtime. on that wage?
In 2022, and then over 45 hours in 2023, and then over 40 hours in 2024.
Mr. Langen, are you clear on the motion?
I am. I put it in the chat. I do have, there's no emergency preamble on the bill. So it would take effect 90 days after adjournment if it were to go through. So I think it makes sense to add an effective date of January 1st of next year, because presumably the 90 days would be before the end of the year. And so you could have sort of conflicting laws because you'd be repealing something and not making something effective until next year. So I think there might be a period of time at the end of this year before the law would go into effect. So I think it makes sense to add an effective date of January 1st. I don't know if the sponsor wants to do that just on the overtime piece and then let the minimum wage piece lapse, or just have it all go into effect at the same time. So I would want some clarity on that concern. The other issue and I think that the sponsor told me that he is okay with doing this, but I don't want to speak for him. There is a canning, processing, preserving, freezing, drying, distribution of ag produce, meat and fish products, and perishable foods that is also exempt from overtime right now. And he indicated to me, I believe, that he also wants to phase that in. So that would be a consideration too for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Langland. So if I'm clear, you are suggesting that the motion include amending the bill to add an effective date of January 1st, 2021, and then 2022? Okay. And then if that is the effective date of the legislation, should it pass, then no minimum wage would be required. The state minimum wage would not be required until January 1st, 2022, according to your suggested effective date.
Mm-hmm.
So I recognize Representative Harnett to respond to that.
I did hear a concern, I believe it was from Senator Guerin, when we were last together talking about the difficulty for farmers to plan on a new minimum wage this late in the year. In recognition of that, I could see having an effective date of January 1st with no phase-in on the minimum wage, but with the phase-in as I described on overtime.
So the January 1st effective date would mean that minimum wage would go into effect then, but the rest would be phased in over the 3 years.
Right. The overtime at 50 hours a week would go into effect then, and then it would phase in over the 3-year period.
Okay. So as long as the analyst is clear on the amendment and the committee is clear on the amendment, I will ask if there is a second, which someone will have to say out loud since I have other hands up for other things.
Second.
So it's been seconded by Chairman Sylvester. Now, we will obviously have more discussion on the motion that has been made, but I want to return before I take any more discussion on the motion from the committee. I want to make sure that Ms. Braun gets to complete her presentation on her research, because that is still important for me to hear and see. So Ms. Braun, if you could please put your screen back up to share with us and walk us through the rest of the information requests that you have done the research on. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next request was regarding information on other state statutes regarding farm shares or housing as part of wages for agricultural workers. And unfortunately, due to the time frame, I wasn't able to do as deep a dive into the state laws as I had for the previous research. And I didn't find anything regarding farm shares, but I did find 2 states, California and Vermont, that allow employers to deduct from an employee's wages an allowance for meals and lodging. But as you can see, they have caps on the amount that can be deducted from meals and lodging.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee on this piece of the research from Ms. Braun? So if your hand is up, I'm going to assume that you have a question about this. The chair recognizes Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have heard from many farmers. I've heard from many in my district who are extraordinarily opposed to this bill and the changes it would bring to Maine family farms. But the Republicans on this committee would like to cede their time to a real farmer who has both local and H-2A workers and understands how this would affect Maine family farms. So we would like to cede our time to Penny Jordan.
Okay, we will definitely do that, Senator Guerin. I want to make it clear that I'm not interested in not doing that, but I also want to make sure that if you have a question about this particular point of Ms. Braun's presentation, that you can ask it, but I'm going to let her finish her presentation. We'll take questions about this, and then we can move to the next phase of our deliberation on the motion. Is that okay? Thank you.
If you keep that in mind and call her up in due time.
It's absolutely notated and will happen, okay? Ms. Braun, please continue.
Sure, thank you. So the last request that I had was information on provisions in other state statutes where farm workers are receiving benefits above and beyond wages. So in my research, I did find a 2016 article which presented the results of a 2012 survey of Northeast Organic Farming Association member farms in the states of Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And that was regarding various issues related to agricultural work, including fringe benefits. So the farms were asked if they had benefits eligible workers, and of the 232 farms that responded to the survey, 72 farms responded as having at least one benefits eligible worker. So I excerpted this table from the report, and this lists the various benefits that were offered by the farms and the number of farms that provide each benefit and the percentage.
So thank you for this. This is extremely helpful and informative. So we do see that there are farms that provide benefits above and beyond wage. Some get workers' comp. This is for people who have no screen and cannot see. Some get an end of the season bonus. 60% of the farms surveyed provide unemployment insurance. Some 43% provide housing discounts, 43% provide paid vacation days, 39% provide disability insurance, 35% surveyed provide health insurance, 31% provide sick days, 19% do allow for time and a half wages for overtime. And are these in states where that's state law, or that's just what the farmer does because they choose to do? I don't know if we have any answer on that, but it's okay. 14% allow for retirement benefits and 4% allow for maternity and paternity leave. Anybody have any questions about this part of the research? I do not see any hands raised. Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Braun.
Sure. So the next
Chair, I tried to raise my hand, but
there you go. That's fine. I got you. The chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for putting this all together. This is a lot of work. Looking at it, the study shows organic farmers, but it doesn't include farmers who are not organic. Do we have any idea what the percentage of all these are that are included in the survey? Are the percentage of the total farmers in the whole region? Is there any way of knowing that?
No, it just said that there were 232 farms that responded.
Okay, it doesn't seem like a very large sample considering the large area that this was surveying, but okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It looks to me, Representative Bradstreet, that in the course of the research, excuse me, I'm sorry, this is what she could find, and it looks like the Northeast Organic Farming Association has this information that was available for us to at least look at. I don't know that means that there's nothing else to see. It's just that this is all that could be found. Would that be a correct assessment, Ms. Braun?
Yes, that would be correct.
Great, thank you. All right, moving right along.
Okay, so I also looked at workers' compensation laws. And in 14 states and the District of Columbia, employers are required to provide workers' compensation coverage to agricultural workers to the same extent as all other workers. And then there are an additional 19 states that provide workers' compensation coverage to agricultural workers, but have certain exemptions for employers or employees. And then I've listed the 19 states and the specific exemptions in each state.
Thank you. Again, excellent research for us. Any questions from the committee on this? Seeing none.
Okay, and the last thing that I looked at for another fringe benefit was paid sick leave. And so I looked at the states that have enacted paid sick leave, and there were 10 states and the District of Columbia and they either do not specifically exempt agricultural workers from sick leave coverage, or they specify in their statutes that agricultural workers are included in their sick leave coverage.
Thank you. Any questions on paid sick leave for agricultural workers in other states? Thank you very much, Ms. Braun, for all of the work.
No, you're welcome.
The record is going to be complete and comprehensive and thorough, and that is what we want. And we appreciate all the work that you have done to help us out in our deliberations. So there is a motion before the committee. Chairman Sylvester, I would ask for you to let us know, if you can, what's happening at 5:30 that would necessitate the need to short circuit debate on this issue.
I believe that Representative Cuddy has commitments with his kids. And in order to stay on the phone, I'm putting off closing my business, which already has stretched me out to about 8 o'clock at this point. So I just wanted to let you know that, and there was something else, but I honestly can't remember.
That's fine. I just wanted to be sure what was going on. I will ask committee members to the extent possible to stay with us. We're not going to be here all night. I will ask at the request of Senator Guerin, before we take a vote and have any other closing comments from the committee, that Ms. Penny Jordan, who is here, that the Republicans on the committee have yielded their time to, can speak. I will simply ask if she is here when she puts her camera on to introduce herself. I just want to say we know that Ms. Penny Jordan is farmer. She did testify against this bill. And since this is a work session, I want to make it clear to Ms. Jordan that we will certainly entertain your thoughts if you have any clarifying information to provide. But this is a work session. It's not necessarily appropriate to argue against the bill, but if you would like to provide some clarifying information to us, knowing that you are on record in opposition to the bill, we will certainly hear it, and you can take questions if there are any from the committee. So with that, Ms. Penny Jordan, please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Okie doke. I think I'll follow the rules appropriately, but you just cut me off if I'm not doing that. My name's Penny Jordan. I'm one of the owners of Jordan's Farm in Cape Elizabeth. We are a mixed vegetable operation, tilling about 60 to 70 acres a season. We consider ourselves a mid-sized farm. I've listened to both of the work sessions regarding this, or two of the work sessions regarding this bill, the one on the 21st and the one today. And I've been intrigued by the research that's been put forward, and I'm a research geek as well, and I just feel that some of the research isn't really representing Maine as it stands today relative to how we and I will just talk about my peer group as farmers, how we compensate our employees. And I believe you heard some of that in testimony. We employ 4 to 5 Puerto Ricans each season. They come to us. They earn between $3 and $6 above the state's minimum wage, which is $12.15. So they're earning anywhere from $15 to $18 an hour. They also receive a bonus at the end of this season. We pay for their travel and their housing is provided. They do not pay for their housing at all. They also, because we want to make sure that our farm workers are treated equitably, we also apply the paid time off that the state of Maine passed, I believe it was a year ago, went into effect in January. So they earn an hour for every, I would say every 40 hours worked. We consider these our skilled labor. And we also, when our workers, and I think you heard this before, and I'll just kind of reiterate it, that when workers come to live at your farm, their objective is really to earn the greatest amount of money in the shortest period of time, just like a farmer is trying to earn the greatest amount of money in the shortest period of time. There are 2 things that really drive overtime in on a farm. One of them is the worker's desire to work 50 to 60 hours a week, and the other is weather. And so if you're driving toward having a frost facing you, or if you're looking at needing to change irrigation pipe, those are the things that really drive overtime. I think my position, and as I said, I've really listened, and I've listened intently to everything that has been said and the deliberations. But my position is that I truly agree that we need to address inequities. I truly believe that. And if people are feeling that there are inequities in the compensation of farm workers, then we need to address that. But I also truly feel that we need to do the best job that we can around that, and to really solve the problem. And maybe there's a compensation structure that we put in place that is really about farm workers. And so maybe this is the time, and this is the bill that's really highlighted, that we come together as a group and we take some time, we step back, and we have farmers involved, I mean, really involved in the deliberation, just like you have done so over the last couple sessions, that we have a work group of farmers, of farm workers, of legislators, and we craft something that can work for agriculture in Maine. And I truly believe that we're trying to solve something, and we don't have a firm understanding of the problem we're trying to solve in Maine. Anytime you address a systemic issue, you're going to have a ripple effect to something else. And what I don't want to see happen is a ripple effect through our food system that impacts, on the other end, people's ability to buy food. And I just think it's time to step back, to say, what is it that needs to be done in order to address the what are perceived inequities in compensation for farm workers, and be a progressive state and make a statement as the state of Maine that says, we develop a compensation system that works for agriculture, and that maybe we don't follow the lead of other states, but we take the lead and we craft something that works for our state. Because I truly believe that the perceived problems do not really permeate the agricultural workers here in our state.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Are there any questions for Ms. Jordan at this time from the committee? Seeing none, excuse me, the chair recognizes Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got under the gun there, I think. Thank you for being here again. Actually, the question wouldn't necessarily be for you, but if you can answer that would be fine. We've heard something about labor contractors that some farmers use to procure workers for a season. Are they employees of the labor contractor or the farmer? And do they come under all Maine laws or Maine labor laws, or do they come under the labor laws of where the labor contractor might be headquartered?
I truly wish I could answer that question, but I will say one thing. Whenever a labor contractor comes to me and asks if I will hire people that they are offering as employees, the first question I ask them is, what is the percentage you are going to take from this person's hard-earned money? And I will hire directly rather than have anybody exploited by a contractor of any sorts. I want to offer to everybody that take some time, come visit my farm, go visit Belanger's farm, go visit the farms, see how the employees are valued. I mean, truly valued, because I have to tell you, you can't run a farm without skilled labor, and you've got to pay your labor really well if you're going to get the best skilled labor. So I think that you will find that the rule and not the exception. And I think that the pieces that people are honing in on that they feel are issues are a true exception. And I do not believe in crafting laws for exceptions. That's where you start addressing the issue directly. And so let's put something in place that works for Maine.
Hey, thank you.
The chair recognizes, oh, okay, no, the hand went down. It's all good. Are there any other questions, Ms. Penny Jordan, from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. So again, we have a motion on the floor, and I would ask for people now to raise their hands if they would simply like to make a statement on the bill, to debate the motion, to debate the merits of the bill, to read something into the record. That is my request of the committee. As I said earlier, everyone can, if you choose to, please raise your hands and we'll go from there. I do not see any hands raised. And so I am going to call for the vote shortly. I do want to say, I do have something to read into the record. I don't have a closing argument here, but I would like to read two things into the record, which maybe address something that we just heard from Ms. Jordan, or maybe not. But Mr. Michael Guare, who has spoken earlier, helped us with some research. And yes, he testified in favor of this bill in full disclosure, but he is also someone who works with workers, farm workers in Maine, which has nothing to do with California or New York or Connecticut or anybody else. And in his research and in his experience and what he showed to us is this. Although all farm worker advocates recognize that the occurrence of sexual harassment of migrant farm workers is almost certainly much more frequent than we are aware. Thankfully, complaints of sexual harassment are relatively uncommon in Maine. However, there have certainly been instances of severe sexual harassment of migrant farm workers in Maine. Along with a private attorney, we are currently representing a Puerto Rican woman who was the victim of serious sexual harassment during the wreath making season in 2018, culminating in her termination. In that case, we are also representing a male coworker who was fired for attempting to protect her from unwanted sexual advance. Another recent example is what occurred at County Fair Farms, a mid-sized vegetable farm in Lincoln County. In 2016, the EEOC entered into a $120,000 consent decree with the owners on behalf of several Hispanic women who had been victims of sexual harassment over a lengthy period of time. Several over a lengthy period of time. And if Mr. Greer would like to quantify that even more, he is welcome to do so if he raises his hand. We are also currently represent 2 victims of human trafficking. In one case, again with private co-counsel, our client is a local woman who was the victim of human trafficking as well as sexual assault at a farm in central Maine. Our client in the second case is an H-2A worker from Guatemala who was lured to a job at a nursery in the Mid-Coast area and subjected to forced isolation, threats of underpayment of wages until he was able to escape from the situation. More commonly, we receive complaints from migrant farm workers regarding poor living and working conditions and other mistreatment of workers by their employers. In 2017, we concluded a series of lawsuits against the major blueberry processor on behalf of 30 Haitian workers who had been subjected to several serious violations of their rights over a period of 5 seasons. Specifically, the workers had been lied to about the wages they would receive and numerous other terms of employment at the time they were recruited. They were transported to Maine in very old and extremely overcrowded school buses with 3 working sitting in seats designed for 2 occupants, workers sitting on coolers and luggage in the central aisle, and baggage piled up against the rear emergency exit. Transported to and from work every day in smaller but no less overcrowded vehicles and housed in severely substandard conditions. For example, at one location, there was a single wide trailer in which approximately 25 workers were housed. One of our clients slept on the floor of the kitchen area, but it was so crowded that he could not stretch out to sleep. He slept on a carpet remnant sitting against a wall. Because there was literally no remaining space, some of our clients slept in vehicles. This degree of overcrowding resulted in an inoperative toilet fairly quickly and resulted in a number of other problems. We've talked about piecemeal and piece rate abuses around blueberry harvesting. We'll leave that alone. The litigation on these abuses ultimately settled. Over the years, we have handled a number of other wage cases involving unpaid or underpaid wages. In one case, we represented 23 migrant farm workers from Texas who were employed as blueberry rakers. Their employer had promised a small per box bonus to be paid at the end of the season. After the ending date of the season, which had been previously told to the workers that year, there were still some berries in the field and the workers agreed to stay and rake them. A few days later, there was a frost, which renders blueberries very soft and unfit for sale. However, there is apparently a market for berries in this condition for using it in making dyes. The employer demanded that the workers stay and continue raking, even though the berries were in such poor condition that the workers' piece rate earnings averaged far less than the already low federal minimum wage. When the workers decided to return home, which they were entitled to do because the season had already ended, the employer refused to pay them their bonuses, which we were able to obtain for the workers. There's more here, but I'll end with the final paragraph. We have also represented migrant farm workers who suffered termination of employment terminations for highly arbitrary and unfair reasons. In some of those cases, legal remedies were limited because Maine is an employment at will state, although sometimes unlawful discrimination is involved. Recently, a local wreath worker whom we represented extensively before referring the case to a private attorney settled a whistleblower claim before the Maine Human Rights Commission. What was striking about some of the cases involving terminations was that sometimes workers were taken somewhere after they had been fired and then stranded, often at a bus station with no money or means to return home. In those situations, we have assisted not only with legal representation on what claims they might have, but also in raising money to assist the workers in returning home. The last thing that I will share is from a farmer in my district who I've had very extensive conversations about all of these bills with. And he permitted me to read this into the record. I support these new labor bills. And we haven't had anybody in front of this committee as a farmer who has said so out loud. And there are a lot of reasons for that, which I do not believe I have to explain. I've been farming in Maine for 13 years. I do not believe that any workers should be held in exploitation by the rules and laws of the state or the federal government. Farming is not an exception to an employee's equal access to labor rights. I am a first-generation farmer. Farming is the primary income from our family. My wife and I started our farm. We grow vegetables for various direct and wholesale markets, and we have 3 young children. As new farmers, we have had to create a business plan that fits our farm model and market. Part of adapting has been adjusting to the various adjustments to operational experiences and expenses and crop pricing. Employees who work at our farm live in our community. Employees earn above minimum wage. Employment at our farm is seasonal, starting in the spring and ending in the late fall. Our farm is dynamic and will constantly adjust to the weather, the market, and any regulations for operation. I do not support the continuum of laws that legally protects the exploitation of labor, full stop. The current labor law exclusions for agriculture are not necessary for the longevity or the profitability of our farm. Thank you for your time. Trent Emery, Emery Farm. If anyone else on the committee would like to say something, the chair recognizes Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. I want to speak a little bit to things that I've heard in this work session and in our public hearing about how this is not a bill that is needed in Maine because so many of our farmers are doing so well by their employees, and I'm so thankful for that as a consumer. But when we say that there are exceptions and we should not legislate to exceptions, we're asking ourselves to say, how many people is it okay for to be part of human trafficking? How many people is it okay to be harassed on the workplace? And I want to read a little something that came up when I was doing some research into into farm workers' justice. And this is about Martin Luther, if you will. Luther also believed that it was clearly the job of political decision makers to protect the rights of their constituency. His doctrine of 2 kingdoms recognized that even human beings who have faith do not always live in accordance with their faith, and that most people do not automatically treat one another with the love and respect called for by the gospel. We all live in 2 worlds, the emerging world in which the law is written on the heart and people treat each other well out of love, and the old order in which it is necessary to intentionally ensure respect for human rights through civil authority. As Luther continues in the commentary on the 7th commandment, to check such open wantonness, there is need of the princes in government who themselves would have eyes and courage to establish and maintain order in all manner of trade and commerce, lest the poor be burdened and oppressed, nor they themselves be loaded with other men's sins. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Michael Guare, who did raise his hand at my invitation when reading from his research to the committee. Mr. Guare, if you are here.
Thank you, Senator. Just to quickly answer the question you asked a moment ago about the number of workers involved in the county fair case. I anticipated that there might be a question or two about the specifics of that case, so I went online and pulled the EEOC's complaint in federal court. Unfortunately, most of the references are to other workers, but there are specific references to at least 3 other women at the farm, in addition to the lead plaintiff, who were harassed in ways such as unwanted touching, repeated lewd comments, propositions for sex, similar actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. The chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's part of following this through my whole lifetime, through what would be considered one-sided periodicals, investigative research, that sort of thing, and then digging in to dispel the parts that maybe are hyperbole. But led me to where working with Mr. Harnett, Representative Harnett, to reinforce that that is happening in Maine, to have you stay on that and make sure that was in the record. And I hope other legislatures read it, but because it's hard to get these things combined in one place. But this is the heart of the issue. This isn't that a group puts out misinformation and stirs up a lot of people, so it seems that you have one-sided response in your email. You do. The others are the workers. They're out there working. They have no rights. They get cheated on their pay. Not everyone, but enough people that that's why we're spending this day getting to the heart of it. This is the heart of it. This is why I support it, and thank you for bringing that information in.
Chair recognizes Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very quick statement to read. When I first heard about this bill and talked with Representative Harnett about it, I was actually very surprised to learn that farm workers are not considered employees, even though they work every day to put food on all of our tables. And it really shocked me. And I've known farm workers in my day, folks who weeded tomatoes all day in the hot sun down in Arkansas. They were friends of mine. And sometimes it's our job as legislators to rectify wrongs. And this is one of those times. It is our job to rectify this wrong.
Are there any other comments from the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Chairman Sylvester.
As is my custom, I'll hold my substantive remarks for the floor. But I just wanted to say that to Representative Harnett, that I appreciate his doggedness on this, that I spoke earlier about reaching out to constituencies in order to do the organizing work to pass a bill. And he has done that in this session, and I appreciate him for it. And I appreciate him for his morality as a human being. And it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Are there any comments from the committee? The motion is ought to pass as amended. Mr. Langland has put the amendment in our chat for all of us to see, I believe, including the public, in case there are any questions about what we are voting on. Yes, it says to everyone. So if you look in the chat box, you will see the amendment to his bill that the committee is about to take a vote on. And if the committee is ready for the question, Ms. Breton, please call the roll.
Okay, so I have an ought to pass as amended, including the fiscal note and the phase-in of overtime. Motion by Senator Mearmont, seconded by Representative Sylvester. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin?
No.
Senator Guerin, no. Senator Mearmont?
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Representative Sylvester?
Yes.
Representative Sylvester, yes. Representative Bradstreet?
No.
Representative Bradstreet, no. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater? Have we lost Representative Drinkwater? Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris?
No.
Representative Morris, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott? Still absent. Representative Rader?
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren is absent. Seven in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, 3 absent.
7 members voting in favor of the motion, 3 voting against the motion, and 3 members absent. The motion prevails. The minority report. Not to pass. It is absent members have until noon tomorrow to cast their vote if they choose to. I will close the work session on LD 1022. I will say in closing and the work session on 1022, I appreciate the work of our staff in putting together a record on this issue. As I said, that goes to the foundation of the American economy and the Republic. I am a Black farmer. I am proud of all of it. And I will say that today, what the committee has done in the majority is to vote to correct a wrong that affects every single one of us in this room and every single one of us who's listening. I didn't want to say it before the vote because I'm not here to browbeat anyone, but I want to make it clear. This is an emotional time.
Good night, everyone.
For the chair, because the foundations of this country are being challenged in legislatures across the country. And they should be. Because as James Baldwin said, I love America more than any other country in the world. And for precisely that reason, I reserve the right to criticize her perpetually. And my criticism isn't thorough or all-encompassing or forever. It is simply this. I am a farmer and I want to continue to be a proud member of a profession where we know that we will not allow other people who call themselves farmers in our profession to exploit labor. President Lincoln, who was nobody's socialist or communist, said, labor precedes capital and deserves the much higher consideration. And if it weren't for Southern Democrats in the New Deal that convinced President Roosevelt to continue to exclude farm workers, domestic and tip workers from labor protections under the law, we would not be sitting here today having this conversation. So I too applaud the work of Representative Harnett. People are appalled to think that the folks who are essential, who put food on our tables, are denied the protections under the law that every other worker, except for some, and maybe we'll fix those someday, if not today, have to deal with. Food is life. And if the people who grow our food are treated less than human, we all have a problem. And so I don't want to put any undue burden on farmers and on farm workers and on workers who are farmers who employ other people. And hopefully by phasing this in, if it were to pass, that will help get people ready for what's coming in the future. But I will say without any reservation that the infrastructure that has built the American economy has harmed all of us. Chattel slavery may only have been for Black people, but we have white people in this country who have been enslaved as well. Italians in Louisiana were lynched outside of a courthouse, and that is why we have Columbus Day today. And so the history we have heard, and maybe the history we haven't heard, is real, and it informs us. And it doesn't make us small, it makes us big if we embrace that history and we seek to correct it. And I believe that is what this committee has decided to do today, at least the majority of those here who have voted. Whatever happens to this bill going forward is whatever happens to this bill going forward. But I will say, I will lose no sleep over making sure that agricultural employees in the state of Maine are treated as employees in the state of Maine who can enjoy some of the protections of every other employee in the state of Maine, hired by farmers who are above, who are in a lot of ways angels because we grow food. But as human beings, sometimes we get it wrong. And we cannot legislate human behavior, but we can certainly legislate principle. And so today, we send this bill forward to the House and the Senate for further debate. I appreciate everyone's patience and civility, even those who absolutely disagree with what we're doing. That's fine, that's your prerogative. And to any of the people in my district who are going to hate me for this vote, so be it. I'm a farmer, and I know that other farmers in my district support this bill because they told me so, even if they didn't want to say so out loud and in public. For whatever reason they choose to remain silent, that's on them. Mr. Langland, do we have anything else for today?
We don't.
Well, again, this is our last day of work. And unless we have a confirmation hearing, I want to thank Mr. Langland, thank Ms. Braun in particular for their work on this bill. I want to thank Ms. Breton for filling in this week and next week in the absence of Ms. Alyssa Thompson, who has moved on to the next chapter of her life. As you all know, we will be back in session next week in Augusta under the dome to complete our work. And Mr. Langland, we look forward to any other language reviews that you have for us via email to report out. And if we need to meet again, because we need to meet again, we will. But thank you all for the opportunity to be a part of this process. This committee's work, again, goes to the foundation of the American economy. And it's an honor to serve in this role. I hope I have done justice to it to the extent that I can. And with that, the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing is adjourned.
Senator Hickman,
Ms. Breton.
could members please check your legislative emails? We're reporting out bills left and right. And so if you could at least once a day, check your emails, because if you're on multiple committees, you have multiple bill jackets to sign electronically.
Thank you, Ms. Breton, and thank you for that reminder. All committee members should check your email regularly so that we can get these bills reported out so we can vote them out before we adjourn this special session sometime around June 16th. With that, everybody enjoy the rest of your evenings. And we will
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, both chairs. Well done, and see you next week.
Here, here. Thank you, chairs. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.